Alright, everyone, welcome back. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第277天。Right, it is 277. We did the yap today. A bit late. Ooh. I think I'm probably gonna have to take another pass. Time flies when you're having fun. Okay, let's get into our lesson. There weren't any major things from yesterday. I'm kind of like move our way through, right? Lessons are getting a little out of control now, though. It's very character forward as opposed to vocabulary forward. There's like a gotta change up our mindset. If somehow I manage to blitz through today's lessons, I'll try to squeeze in one of the art prompts. Alright.
繁殖
繁殖 繁殖 numerous 殖 numerous breed? Oh, to breed. Yeah, I see.
繁殖阴谋
阴谋 negative 阴谋 negative scheme conspiracy. Okay. 谋 is kind of weak.
阴谋挖库
Waku. Whoa, that got silence. Waku. Wa is to dig and to make, to dig for bitterness. Someone is dig up a bitter thing, yeah. Speak ironically, speak sarcastically. Waku. Interesting. Oh, it could be Waku. I see. Interesting. Alright.
挖库折磨
折磨 折 is break. 磨 break 磨 break and grind. Ooh, break and grind to torment. Yeah, break someone by grinding. Torment, torture.
折磨
折磨 I haven't used torment, like the word torment, in a while.
微波炉
微波炉 yeah, tiny waves, microwave oven or stove. Yeah. 微波炉
微波炉繁殖
繁殖 excuse me.
折磨
折磨
阴谋
阴谋
挖库
Waku
微波炉
微波炉 role model 榜样 roster young resemble or like appearance young roster appearance role model interesting A role model is something whose appearance and nature is so exemplary that it would be first on the roster of a good example. Yeah. Or an example. Yeah.
榜样，棉花，
棉花. Ooh, silenced. Or alternative. 棉花. Okay. 棉花.
棉花，公墓，
公墓. Public grave or cemetery. Fair enough. Graveyard. Gotcha.
公墓，下叠，
下跌. Down, tumble. 下跌. Or below. That's fine.
下叠，
Tumble.
墨水，
墨水. Ink. Ink plus water. Ink.
墨水，
Okay.
榜样，棉花，
花.
墨水，
公墓.
公墓，
下跌.
下叠，
下跌. Oops, wrong tongue. Wrong tongue there.
磨合，
磨合. Grind together. Or grind suit. Or to fit. Grind fit. Break in. Oh, okay. Grind to fit. Interesting. Yeah, to wear in. Interesting.
磨合，墓地，
墓地. Graveyard. Whoops.
墓地，暴跌，
暴跌. A violent tumble. A plummet. Dang.
暴跌，哀，
Okay, so now we have the normal number of characters today. I suffer. I see two body parts. I see trouble. I see trouble, and I see high school and Master Chief. Wow, this is a rough one. Master Chief is in front of the high school where he's currently suffering. Stuck in his elbow is a large dark that has pierced his armor. Put there by some student that is trying to pull out with his finger. However, each time he touches it, it just makes him suffer more. He has been suffering like this for some time, sitting in a large knot in front. Unsure how to proceed. Difference. Different. Master Chief, right? Master Chief staggers to the front of a high school, right? He's suffering from an injury from a dart. Stuck in his elbow. Can't remove it with his fingers. And students look on helpless as he suffers, right? I can't do anything. Come on, Master Chief. To suffer a beating. I don't know what Joe is. To suffer from hunger.
I 西
T, oh my word. That kind of looks like the other T. Oh, okay. Oh, I have two deceives. There's one deceive. What is it? T pian. It's probably T pian or pian T. Pian T kind of sounds better with T pian. It's probably paired up with the other deceive. I have only one other deceive, I think. Kirby is in front of the house where when a delivery person comes up and gives him a clothes hamper and an associated bill, Kirby, without thinking, pays the bill and the delivery person leaves. Then he realized he has been deceived. Kirby did not order the clothes hamper, which is dirty and non-functional anyway. He doesn't even have clean clothes. Kirby's can't believe he got deceived to pay. I mean, that's okay. T-Pian, there it is. T-Pian. That's how we're gonna remember it. Interesting. T-Fu, bully. T-Wu. Okay. Two bullies.
西
Okay.
磨合西暴跌墓地
Okay.
I
Alright. Close to. Really? Bang. Okay. Now we're starting to get into some hairy territory where things starting to look alike. Bart Simpson is in front of the chapel where he's trying to get close to the sea captain to help with Slender Man's plan to take over the chapel. Okay. Once he gets close enough, he'll launch a stink bomb he's carrying in hopes of knocking the sea captain out and cashing in on Slender Man's promise of unlimited snacks. Okay, Bart is in front of the chapel. Conspiring. Right? Conspiring. Conspiring. Is that how you spell conspiring? Conspiring with a sea captain. And Slender Man. They're close to executing. Maybe like setting off a stink bomb close to the chapel as a prank. That's good enough. Doesn't have to be that elaborate. This one. Song Wang. Evening. Close to evening. Okay. Wu. Interesting. I can get behind this one.
邦港
Gong. Oh. We finally got Gong. Do we have Shang? I'm not sure if we have Shang. Shang Gong. What does Shang look like? Gandalf is in the basement of the chapel, getting ready to cast a spell. He gets a snake skin, oh boy, and lies it on the cement floor and sprays some holy water. Okay. Then he takes a staff and points it in the ground. Suddenly, seaweed bursts through the floor and tears down all of the cement, creating a huge underwater harbor right there in the basement. That seems fine. Xiangkou. Yeah, Xianggang. Oh yeah, that's Xiang. We do have Xianggang. Interesting. Fragrant harbor. Right? Yes. That changes my view of that.
港坡
Wall slope. Oh, what was this? Sa? Or no, Sa? Saka? Something like that. Well, let's see. Patrick Star is in front of the office building where it comes across a strange sight. Somebody has wrapped a large mound of soil with skin to form a weird skin slope. Patrick tries climbing up the slope as the office workers look on. That seems okay. Xiangpo. Interesting. Instead of mountain slope, is hillside. Ah, okay. Yapo. Makes sense. Steep slope. Oh, no do yet. No xie. Not that xie. Okay.
坡藏
Tongue? Whoa. Tongue looks like... Oh no. What does Jiang look like? Okay. So Jiang has the squire, but it has a moon. Oh. It's just the right side of Jiang. Oh, okay. Interesting. Tongue? This is also my second tongue. The other one is warehouse. Oh, this is related to storing. Interesting. Oh, to hide. I have a hide. Yin. Ying. Right? Maybe like Tang Ying could be something. Or Ying Tang. It could be Ying Tang. This feels more like a right-hand character. We'll see. Casper is inside the chapel. Oh no, the other one's Tongue. Tongue is one we got for store and warehouse. Casper is inside the chapel where he's helping store up a bunch of holy flowers that are scattered all around the pew. He works with the squire to collect them and store them in a chest. Okay. Near the altar. Suddenly, some priests come in and the squire shoves Casper into the same chest of flowers to store him away so that the priests don't try to do anything weird to him. After all, he's a... Okay. Casper has a friend. Zhou Tang. Acceptance store. Oh, there it is. Ying Tang. Yep. Ying Tang to hide. Makes sense. Tang P. Collection. Okay. Mineral deposit. Oh, we can even use Quan Tang. Interesting. Mineral deposit. And then Mai. Oh my gosh, Mai. Please. Mai is a weak one.
藏那
Nah, oh. I think I've only seen 2 uses of this combination. That kind of seems reasonable that Kevin decided not to make this one thing. Nai is the other one. I don't think I've seen another combination. Yeah. Or Nei, not Nai. Nai is Japanese. Nei. Oh, but there are a couple more actually though. There are multiple instances though for There are 5 instances. Nah. To receive. Oh, interesting. Maybe show. Not show to receive. Receive and accept. Not show. Flanders, huh? Okay, Ned Flanders is in the bathroom of the auditorium, washing his hands during intermission of a religious play he is attending. Sure. Suddenly, one of the bathroom attendants, who is wearing a silk hood, comes over to him and gives him a silk wedge that he then receives. Okay. Ned is not sure why he has received this strange wedge, but the attendants run away before he can give it back. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I guess the wedge doesn't have to be silk, but what the wedge? We'll go with it. I have no idea. Really? Oh, does this mean a join too? Oh no, it's welcome in. Oh no. I just realized it's welcome. That's right. Yeah. As opposed to a join. Really? Wrong na. To hold. No show. Alright. This one's probably the weakest. No pairing either. Don't have any pairing.
帮 港 藏 那
It's so weak. It is so weak.
锅
Pretty clear that I'm gonna struggle with nah. What is this 177? Oh, that means this must be one of the oldest groups have joined in. I don't think there's a single mastered one, right? Yeah, mastered is not until... Like, what's the earliest? Yeah, master is not until, like, April 4th, 2026. Dang, it's so delayed. Alright. I'm gonna try to keep this to an hour, right?
书呆子
他是个书呆子。
物
What? Oh no, is it a puppet? Oh my gosh, it's a puppet. Okay.
讲话
他的讲话已经录了音。
Okay.
开刀
给病人开刀。
Oops.
细
Oops. Ah! Wait. Oh, 2. What? Oh, that's 2 as well. Dang it.
月亮
今晚的月亮很亮。
词
And help.
偏
What? Oh no. I'm gonna go with... Heck! Isn't this like suitable? What? Oh no, that's comfortable.
"年龄
年龄只是一个数字。
I practiced this.
厚度
这块木板的厚度是2公分。
刮
Hmm.
漂流
漂流而下。
Float and flow? Flow. Why do I think this is like a... No, it is.
舒适
我感到非常舒适。
语言
他会说4种语言。
茶
Like wave, like flowing, fluctuation, drift. Wait, did I not write drift? I could have sworn I wrote drift. Oh wait. Yeah. Did I write draft? There's a chance I wrote. That's a possibility. I'm silly like that. Heck. I thought it was... Heck. I don't know. Oh, there, Danny. Come back.
惯例
按照惯例，
按照惯例 what 惯例 惯例 Like a typical example. A custom. This is like a convention, right? Yeah. Like a typical example. Or usual practice. Typical. I couldn't spell ordinary either. I typed ordinary. Oh man, that's a misspelling. Oh, they didn't take lean on. It had to be lean. What? I don't.
开
Okay. Oh man, they don't even take typical. Oh. Evil. I wanted to say it was
恶
thanks, Danny. What the? Oh, misspelling.
思 笨蛋
你是一个笨蛋。
Oh, whoops. That is. We're not going to talk about that. Speaking of Ned Flanders.
耐心
教小孩子需要耐心。
Speaking of patience. Branch and fingers. Oh. Is it? Heck.
近期
我近期要去旅行。
舞蹈
学校每年都举办舞蹈比赛。
Oh.
谁
Misspelled a couple times. I don't see how this is. Oh, okay, it's not. Special something. But I think this is like financial relief or something. Or financial help. Oh no, or specialty. Hmm. What? Shama? I thought it was Shama. Shama? It's so weird seeing it stand alone.
良好，
良好的睡眠对身体很重要。
醒，
What the stick and a finger? Show you a finger. No way. No way. 有那种那位演员自己这一或记 no 第自己自己做what? How am I feeling now? I'm feeling alright. I still haven't decided if I'm gonna do the art prompt today or not. I was supposed to do 2 art prompts today. I'm not even entirely sure if I'm gonna get to 1 art prompt. Are you starting on your drawings yet? Or working on your stuff? Sticks and fingers. Yeah, eat and soon draw. Nice. What's for dinner? Stick and finger. Something makes me want to say it's tub, yeah, but it's I don't know why it's tub, yeah. It's not because I know what Bie is.
闭，寻，
Oh, that's a follow. Of inquire. You got Subway? Ooh, what do you have on your Subway? It's been a very long time since I had Subway. Sure. The heck?
勇， 隐患，
尽早发现隐患很重要。
推动，
推动社会向前发展。
失控，
车子突然失控了。
Heck? I think I have them backward. Oh no, there's no H. It's Jama, not oh, oh man. I think. I really thought that was true. Is that not? What? I don't know what this is saying. Oh, it's G. It's skill, isn't it? Oh, you butt cheek. All right. I forgot. G. I can skill. I was imagining someone balancing a stick on their fingers, but I didn't know who it was. I thought it was Kirby. It's not Kirby. It's Jimmy Neutron. It only makes sense.
同类，
他们是同类。
Oh, man.
想，特技，
Yeah,
那位演
specialty.
员自己做特技，
Or stunt. Yeah. Fine. I blocked that one out so hard.
监测，
我们每天监测空气质量。
Excuse me? Oh.
在
What? I should have stuck with. Anything new since you left? No. What do you eat on your what do you have at Subway? What do you have on your Subway? Oh no. That's not how that works. That's Xiong. A bit tuna? Tuna. Interesting. Spinach and lettuce, a bit of mayo. That is very different. Huh, tuna.
怎
Intriguing.
鼓励，
他的话深深鼓励了我。
I don't hear that very often. Usually it's, I don't know. Now that I think about it, if I think about someone, a potato from California, I would think of barbecue chicken or chicken parm. It's certainly not like, you know, an Italian sub or something like that. Quite exotic. You're very it's very unique. I like it.
"住宅，
这是我们的住宅。
Okay.
鼓，雁，洪水，
洪水损坏了很多房屋。
Heck.
肃清，
政府想要肃清贿赂，
惨白，
他吓得脸色惨白。
Maybe our tomorrow. That's probably what we're gonna do. I think I'm just gonna have to bite the bullet, get up very early, and we're gonna be doing a marathon. The good news is one of the silver lining is I do background process most of the time, so it's not like the longer I linger on the prompts I already planned on, the more I've already have a direct plan to draw them. So the day of, the conceptualizing of the day ofs are the ones that where I like spend a lot of time improvising. But since 2 days have gone, I already had a plan for day 14 and day 15. So tomorrow I'll look at what day 16 and day 17 are going to be. So the longer they just hang out in the background, the quicker they will end up getting done when I get to them. So it's not like I don't think about them, but usually I try to keep it. I'm feeling it. I like to vibe my Inktober's. So with every passing day, if I planned on something and it's not like, if it doesn't get done, I still think about it. I continue to think about it. So the ideas become more and more fixed. So they'll go quicker most of the time. Yeah, it's really cute ones. I have really, okay, one's a little sad. I have a really cute one for today, or for day 14's trunk. And for day 15 one is ragged. It's kind of a sad one, but it's kind of cute too. I haven't thought about the 16 one yet. But, you know, it's kind of like if you're working and all you think about is drawing, so you make all the things about what you're like working, but you're also making sure you're always thinking about the thing you're, you know, making everything related. So when you come home right away, you're like, yeah, let's just get, and you know, everything just, you want to be so excited, right? And the alternative is to bring the excitement to your like workplace and stuff, like try to make work also be related to what you do. And for me, most of the time, it is usually related to what I do. Like when I am home with friends, I still talk about science when I was working in science. Not a lot of people like that. You know, I had colleagues who prefer to go and have a drink at the bar or something and socialize, but not talk about work. My friends and I, like the people that I find closest, we continue to talk about work. I mean, we like to talk about those things. I mean, sometimes we talk about hobbies and all that stuff too, but our work was also somewhat part of the hobby. And that is certainly something that people want to get used that people may not want to get used to. They like to like keep their work and their personal life separate. There are different ways to manage. I'm more of an ever thinking person. So instead of trying to keep telling myself to behave in a way that I don't behave, I work on making the thing better. So in this case, I'm actually carefully drawing the stuff in my head day in and day out. I keep thinking about what I'm gonna have to draw, so I won't be like looking for a prompt or brainstorming. What? Oh, eating.
微正薪水
It's very
每个
similar
人都希
to
望能有更好的薪水。
it's very similar to talking as well. Like if I'm saying something and I'm about to lead the conversation, if I'm challenged or if I'm given the reins and I'm gonna take the reins of conversation, I'm actually thinking about my next idea while talking about the current idea. Because a lot of times with enough practice, you know where the conversation is going to lead. And then when you practice also where the conversation is going to lead and where questions are going to come up, you can prepare yourself for those things. So, and there are individuals who say like, oh yeah, I just think too much. I overthink about what I'm going to say. So do it. Like, to me, I know that sounds very reductive, like simple. It's harder than it sounds. It is very vigorous, right? People who you might feel are natural at conversation, they just make things up on the spot, or maybe they're very good at making things up in a good and bad way, right? And naturally talking all the time. Sure, they might not work as hard in that department, but get them behind an analytical table and then you can shine. But you can use your analytical propensities to compensate. So then you have to work hard on things that other people don't have to work hard on. But usually people are not that lucky where they're good at everything. There are trade-offs to the focus that you have, right? If you have a talent or a propensity to speak, they might not have to work on things that you have to work on. But when they use that experience, that talent that they have, they're not working on the things you're working on, which you might be better at that stuff. So in order to compare yourself to that person, you can use the things you're doing well to work on the things that you don't really focus on. So for me, my example that I gave you earlier today about me like writing out exactly what to do, like writing a script, like basically for a movie or a play, is my way of compensating to elevate the things I can do really well into a thing that I can't. And then ultimately, honestly, one of the better compliments that I receive most of the time is people think I speak normally, as in they think that I am able to hold conversations really well, but really I work like 3 or 4 times as hard as someone else who I typically feel like there are quite a lot of people who speak with less preparation. Like they don't talk while considering all the conversations or questions and answers they might come across. I do. So whenever I raise a topic, I'm already well versed in the topic. The way I get better at speaking is I do a lot of it, as much as I can, probably more so than the next person. So no, I do not feel like I was ever like talented or very good at speaking. You work hard on it, but not in the way that you work hard against yourself. Know what you do well, know what you can make it to be about, right? If you like talking about video games, use your analytical skills for video games to start talking about it, and then use that experience to gain experience elsewhere. So if you're terrible at drawing, for example, which I hear really often, and I would say 9 out of 10 times when I'm like drawing, someone's like, man, I wish I had the drawing aptitude of that. And they would say it like third person, not like specifically me, because I don't really show that I have like photographic memory or anything. But my thought is, well, I started somewhere. I started drawing circles and squares and triangles. You can too. In fact, you can make a really wonderful picture drawing repeated structures. And then, you know, a lot of times people are like, well, I can't do that. It's like, but you're in computer science, or you're in are you interested in architecture? Architecture is fantastic. That's something I can't do at all still, because I haven't tried it. I haven't done it where you like line up perspective and create many repeated triangles and squares, you know, like that type of stuff is how you leverage the things you do, right? Know the person, know yourself. Try to use what you have. I think that's often a win. It's not about what's unfair and unachievable, so to speak. Right. You look at a talented person, it's like, yeah, but the question is, what else can and cannot do at the moment that they must use up their time, right? If this person is spending 100% of their time dedicated to this show, maybe I should dedicate 100% of my time to writing, right? There's gonna be an ebb and flow between them. Yeah, just go for it for sure. Yeah. Obviously, we're talking about things you choose to do. There are things we have to do as well. Like, make sure to eat healthy, right? Try to keep yourself physically healthy, sleep, rest. Those are things that I'm not obviously talking about here. These are all the things we choose to do. Like, making money is a need, like, basically. So we're not talking about that part. If you need finances, keep a roof over your head, those are have to things. The stuff I'm referring to is if you're trying to do something for yourself. Yeah. Don't repeat the cycle of people who don't follow their dreams. Yeah, I don't necessarily like that. It's not a great it is necessary if it's necessary. So if you have privileges, which is like any semblance of choice in your life, it is a wonderful boon to have a passion and a dream. It can even elevate the things you want to do, the things you have to do. Like, my parents sacrificed, or my parents, that's what they did. They worked hard, but they still worked hard in the sense of bringing a dream alive. But that cycle that they repeat is something that goes towards a dream that they ultimately believed in. So it's not like necessarily, it doesn't have to be glamorous or it might not even be something you can imagine at the time, right? The idea is not giving up on it. Having something is the drive for life. And boy howdy, has there been some early examples of passionless living. Yeah, passionless living, a scary thing. 薪水 Why am I stuck? Oh.
炒饭
我喜欢吃炒饭。
My parents worked like nearly every single day of their lives until I was able to leave the nest. So I make it count. I try to make it count. Actually, I imagine your parents doing all right? I imagine you mentioned your brother, but hopefully your parents and family situation pretty good. Your mom is okay with the exclamation mark. Okay. Excellent. Good to hear. It's okay if something is too personal. You don't have to, I don't want to place pressure on you. 先锋.
先锋
艺术家常常被称为文化先锋。
Oh, well, that was a long sentence.
听拨打
我需要拨打这个电话。
熊
What the 熊? Okay.
岛
What are you working on today? Any teasers? Any specifics? I'm gonna at this rate, you're probably just gonna spoil your entire pilot before I even see it. I'm kidding, but like, what are you working on? I know the last thing you mentioned is just trying to get a pilot out, pitch a pilot out. Doggo. Heck, that's a 2. The pilot, man. Pilots are great. I like watching pilots. Like what I mean is whenever a show includes the pilot as their first episode, I like the pilot episodes. That's when it gets the most sketchy. Like what I mean is if a show starts with a pilot, it's like you have to be on board with this pilot. It is the most rawest form of the thing that someone's creating, and then later on it becomes like more refined and certain things will lock into place, but the pilot is like the rawest form of a show. And if it's a long running show, when you go back, like, man, I've seen, you know, like the Simpsons pilot, some of the early Star Trek pilots. Oof. It's so raw. It really does hinge on in the once you like reflect upon it. Oh, interesting. I forgot. Back in the day, like some of the shows, probably like El Chavo is also one of them, right? In what channel? You can share it in any channel. The General, the Lounge. You just have to just at me for them. I always check. It's basically wherever you want to place it. There are only 2 or 3 people who actually talk in in the Discord. You can pop it anywhere. You can DM me. Well, it's all good. It's everything is just random chatter. Like you can put in the language channel if you want. It's those are there aren't chatters. They're more like people who read. You know. Look forward to the official Flowers Discord in the future, you know?
撑伞
他撑伞等在公车站。
What the? Oh, whoops. Typo. Why did I write die? Ah, I know why I did. Japanese.
洪流
洪流毁坏了农田。
The what, mate? Oh, is this her? Oh no, it's not her. What?
搞好
我们需要搞好沟通。
I don't know what it is.
刮 革 亮丽
这座城市的景色非常亮丽。
You don't know any of this? It's perfectly fine. Okay, hold up. A beanstalk and silk. It's probably Murasaki. No, no, oh no. I know.
杖
I know. Hey, have you ever seen the Family Guy episode? I don't know if you watch Family Guy, but the cleaning lady, the Hispanic cleaning lady, whenever I think of I know, I actually do I know like reflexively, but the first time I've seen the episode with like the cleaning lady in Family Guy, when she just sits there, Consuela, yeah. Every time I say I know, and then I immediately think to that scene. I'm like, and I just repeat I know over and over again. It's like I no. No. Just sit there and just like no. uh Sorry. Um Occasionally I do say aya, but not like in, Uncle Roger situation aya, but I do say aya sometimes, but that's like a different tone. Aya, not aya, not the aya, it's aya. There's also a couple more. Oy vey. Oy vey. I picked up various ways to say like oof and stuff. Oh yeah, and the Gen Z kids taught me how to say oof. I oof sometimes as well. Feels bad, man. Uh Man, picked up quite a variety of ways. Yikes. Yikes. Sheesh. Sheesh. You kids these days. Jiang is what? Wait. What is the component for you? Actually, I have no idea. It's part of Y though. Or what's another way? Way. What the way? I don't know. We'll come back.
逼近
台风正在逼近我们的城市。
Hopefully our friends like it. Well, let's see. Aww. Ooh. No. Oh wait, yeah, you did mention about the cat too. You're working on the cat, and you expressed some apprehensions because you haven't drawn a animal. You're creating the character sheet for your cat, the cat character. I do like the do. The cat's little swirly do. I'm a fan of the do. Nice. The interesting question is, you're producing the sheets, and you're hoping to collaborate after the pilot with a animator, right? In order to like elevate and like help with the workflow, because I can only imagine when you have enough of a, like when you're doing character sheets and stuff, you're trying to make it as detailed as possible in order for like a potential pitch for a collaboration on like the animation flow. So then you would be more in the conceptual stage with storyboarding and looking over the final details. Okay. Yeah. Like, it's brutal if you're gonna try to go about it. I mean, there are content creators who actually do that, where they do all the animations and try to produce like a web animation thing. That's like crazy. I don't know how managing. I mean, it's not for me. I mean, I work hard, but oh, that's tough. You can make the storyboard and the animatic. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Exactly. That would be interesting to see who you ended up. I look forward to hearing who ends up picking up the animation. There's quite a lot of wonderful people who are into animation now. They are less enthusiastic about concept. Um, who knows? Yeah, I hope that your animator that you end up um encountering, like whoever it is, it's gonna be like meets you one to one. Have you ever thought about scouting an animator? like like what I mean is, as part of a sign-in deal. You know what I mean? Like, if you're working with someone, it would be kind of cool to hear if you had a particular animator in mind. And no money? Yeah. But, like when you're doing, I don't mean in the sense you are going to pick the person. What I mean is, like, when you're pitching ideas, there's got to be like some sort of dream thing, right? Or not really a dream thing, but like a company that let's just say you want to pitch somewhere. There are people you want to pitch to, and maybe you've followed or looked at or thought about what type of animator you're looking for, or you just nah, this is whatever, take whatever you get. You'll definitely get people you got connections to help you with that, like Ryan. I see. Because it's fun to, in my opinion, it's fun to think about who you want to work with. You know what I mean? Like, and then see if when the time comes, having an idea of who you want to work with can be a way to make that decision when the time comes. Just like brainstorming the type of people you want to work with. I think that pays for a lot smoother, a potential smoother transition into things, right? You have a little bit of an idea. I can most definitely tell you what type of editor I would be working with. Like, I have definitely characteristics of editors that I would jive with, and there are editors that are deal breakers. From what you know, Jack is the only person that talks. Oh, okay. Okay. I see. Huh. Intriguing. And then there's the whole idea of like who's gonna be the voices. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Like what the voices are gonna sound like. I can only imagine when. I'm glad you like the art. You see the vision. I do. It's very. So, I'm more of I like surrealistic art, and what I mean by surrealistic art is I like heavily stylized things. So while I enjoy, hyperrealism and grounded stuff, I've often thought that animation strength is when the artist makes peculiarities. That's not an excuse for like anatomy and animation, like fluidity and all that stuff. I totally understand that. However, for myself, the joys of animation is something that is larger than life. Or you can say it's smaller than life, but it's different. It has an element of that. So whenever I see things like this, it's very characteristic of the person. I have friends that I've kept with me who can't stand these. They can't stand stylized art, or like it annoys them. And there are individuals who I've encountered in art who don't like this type of thing. Like, for example, what's a great example? Scott Pilgrim, the artist and writer for Scott Pilgrim. He did all of it at first, right? He put out his I've got his name, unfortunately. And I still remember this. Like, I'll give you a little story since we're not gonna do any artwork today. It was, I think I was 19, and one of my colleagues, along with my best friends, they are my best friends. It's like my best friend's friends, a colleague. They like to go to like Comic-Con and stuff. So one time, or a comic book stores and stuff, do comic book store runs and whatnot. And they went to an event where this person, this colleague of ours, he likes like trendy things and hype things or whatnot. He bought the first volumes of Scott Pilgrim. And I specifically remembered him telling me some of the stuff about this. Let's make sure we have the person's name because it's very important. Pilgrim. Edgar Wright, right? Oh my gosh. Oh no, sorry, not Edgar Wright. Edgar Wright is the director of the Scott Pilgrim movie. I know Edgar Wright, but what is the writer, the creator? Brian Lee O'Malley. Oh yeah, that's right, O'Malley. That's his last name. Yeah, so O'Malley. And I remember when he the colleague came by and said like, oh yeah, you know what, O'Malley, there's this like O'Malley like interview with O'Malley where it was really funny because O'Malley said like, I can't draw very well. Like, I can't draw very well, but sure as heck going to do it anyway. It was along those lines. So O'Malley never really, at least I was given a secondhand impression that O'Malley was saying like, you know what? I can still make a great world writing, impressionable art, very recognizable artwork, despite not adhering to the idea of this like good artist, right? I should really read more about O'Malley. But since then, I can, it's a funny coincidence, but I can earnestly say that because of this colleague who was a friend of my best friend's, I knew of Scott Pilgrim before now Scott Pilgrim being a household name, right? In terms of that type of stylized writing stuff. Scott Pilgrim is really influential. It's very difficult to ignore the influence of Scott Pilgrim. And then one of the first movie adaptations ended up picking up Edgar Wright as the person to do the direction of the live action movie. And Edgar Wright is a very, very well known, at this point, he was very prominent. I think 2010 was the Scott Pilgrim film, and that was after he did most of the writing with Simon Pegg and Nick Frost, the Hot Fuzz and the World's End stuff, right? They were already done, like either in the time of developing those things. Yeah, crazy things. I liked Scott Pilgrim's like art direction and whatnot. Others might not feel compelled to do so. Like, someone could say, why do you always draw your backgrounds like that? It's like, I don't know, why not? Like, I understand what other backgrounds are. I'll try. Yeah, and that's okay. Obviously, it's always fun to explore later down the line, right? you have your ideas, and then suddenly someone's like, oh, can you draw like, I don't know, Samus from Metroid? It's like, well, I'll try. It's like, it's gonna look like Samus for the most part, but it's certainly gonna be like very me Samus kind of situation. So that's kind of the blend. You can do things, you can see things, and you can still draw them, right? You can draw a cup, you can draw a smartphone, but then you're gonna do it in that little saucy way. And to me, when I see your artwork, that's what I see. Honestly, it's kind of reminiscent of something, quite a lot of those. You are far, it shows your room design and stuff is really good. Like, I don't make rooms. Like, just the idea of having a show where it takes place indoors around architecture and objects makes my head spin. Because perspective. I don't, I get wrecked by boxes. I see, you know, like 2 of the pictures you have like a hallway. So you need to understand perspective and boxes lined up. So those type of shapes, I'm like, I want to swirl around them. Because I still don't understand perspective most of the time. So if you like have to draw cities, I hope someone else draws. If I were drawing, right, I would write the concept, I would write the character, but dear me, someone else is gonna have to draw cities and rooms and stuff, because holy cities. One time I tried to draw just a street. Like, I tried to draw like a bit of the street corner, and I'm like, I don't know, whatever. This whatever. Oh, that's cute. I see what you did with the trees. This is more my composition. So like a random bench juxtaposed, cut off, and then a bunch of background stuff. So like throw up some trees, throw up some mountains and some clouds, and I'm like, okay, because there's like, it's flat, but it's 3D. Like there's 3 layers, like different draw distance. And if you get even, like for the one that you just posted, like even more, you can do a foreground thing where you put it behind a lens. So make it look like someone is using a viewfinder and taking a picture of her. Then that would be the picture that I would make. Like that's how I would typically break down a picture. Put something in the front, like through the mirror, then put a ground that obstructs in front of the subject, then the subject, behind the subject, off to the distance, far distance, and then the infinite horizon. So if I have time, I typically include like 4 elements. Something that's in front of the screen, something that's blocking parts of the midground, put the subject in the midground, so then whatever's in front of the screen and in front will interact with the person in the midground, and then the backs would be in 3 layers too. And then I would put a light source somewhere, either in the front, and then put a light source in the back, so then the character would be lit from 2 different directions. It's usually a yellow light. It's like a yellow and a white light. Sometimes indoor scenes will have like purple, a bit of purple light and an orange light. So orange and purple lights. I largely have gotten used to thinking about the stuff that, oh, interesting. Oh, that's a cute character. Heathers. Interesting. Oh wait, are these like the references that you're using? Like different types of references? Or your early skits? Wait, is Heather's World is it part of the world now, or are these like early things that you may or may not be in it? Oh, I do see these new ones. Old concepts of the show had other names. I see. Heather's World reminds me of what's it? Steven's? What was it? Steven's World? It's not. It's probably not World. It's Steven something. Steven Universe. I think that's the Steven Universe is what I thought of immediately when I saw Heather's World. Oh, interesting. Well, I'll continue to take a look. You see references is not easy. Yeah, for the rooms. Yeah, for the room stuff. I watched a bunch of people's tutorials and whatnot on like, it's this easy. You just use Google Maps and, you know, draw a couple lines here and a couple lines here. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I understand I can do this, but you do it in like an hour and I need to start. And it's gonna take me like 14 hours. And then somehow I'm gonna have to get it down to a workflow so I can do it in an hour. So far, the thing that I rely on is just background, like nature backgrounds, and that that's all I'm doing this year. We're doing nature backgrounds. There are some clouds, some mountains. Do some interesting line work and call it a day. Logo channel a lot as well. Heather is Jennifer's sister. Ah, okay. I see. Yeah, I try to work on logos for a while, but now it's focused on the family, not just Heather. I see. Fair enough. Neat. Thanks for the share. I'll write stuff afterwards so we can this complete it. This is like push towards something. Yeah, it's like push near, press on towards, yeah. What did it press on towards? Deng. Oh.
灯泡，
这个灯泡坏了，
Aw. Honestly? Oh wait, is that the mother? Aw, the mother is... Wait. Oh, what's the mother's name? Oh, the mother is great. Or is that supposed to be the sister? No name yet? Aww. Sorry, I have a soft spot for good parents. Okay. Yeah. Parents try to do their best. I'm that age now, so be warned. I have favoritisms towards the adult in the family unit. I'm the unk now, so I'm unk age. You're getting a better picture for flowers. Yeah. I watch children's cartoons from the lens of a parent, like an adult that wants to be responsible for kids' growth. So most of the time when people say like, oh, why do you watch Disney movies and whatnot, it's like it would be interesting to know what you can, like, what could interest a child, right? So oftentimes I tend to focus on kids' well-being. The mother is basically your mom. I figured I wait till I watch it to ask you to like make certain thing talk about certain things inferred by your mother. In fact, that's how I form interview questions. like if I have to interview anyone, you know, like I never worked in journalism, or like social media in a way, but if I had to interview, most of the time they're about questions inferred by people's creations. So if I ever bump into like an indie dev, which I have lately, someone a few people posted their first games ever. One of them was a game called Elemental Evils, and I spent most of my hours asking the guy about his, like, the ideas behind the intent behind his stuff, and then like if I could interpret the stuff. So in the end of the day, when I completed his game and did the review, most of my reviews, conclusions about games and then the before games are dealing with the intent, the optics, and the expectations of the game. So it was very heartwarming to talk with him, and he's like off to his next game, and I hope his next game hits it out of the park, because it was really fun to see if I could capture what he intended by playing his game. And it was really rewarding to see that I'm not only smoke and mirrors. I was able to like communicate and see what he wanted the game to be. And then I offered, obviously, the 2 cents that represent what other people may not see in the game. Right, or like confusions and whatnot. Is largely, I don't think everyone finds that as a incentive. Ooh. Airforce design change as well. Oh, I see. Wow, those are some early days. Interesting. I can't draw humans. I'm just gonna be real here. The way you have drawn Jennifer, I think that's where I would go towards for sure. I can't do like a definition and I'm not even sure if I'm motivated to do so. Like, people don't come at me and say like, dude, why don't you draw like something from what's a ridiculous thing? What is that show called that deals with the muscular peeps? MAKU? Is it MAKU? No, it's not MAKU. A Baki. Oh man, just take a picture of Baki. Like, look at Baki, Google image Baki, and look at those characters. Like, nah, chief. I can't do that. or like you do like really accentuated women, right? Like nah, it's okay. I can't. You wasn't motivated either. Your brother gave you a push. Okay. I use random. I use subjects. As long as the subject, like, I'm not saying I wouldn't want to try. It's just that there wasn't anyone incentivized me to try. As long when you get consistent at something, it might not seem so daunting. But for now, if I have to draw abs and like detailed fingers instead of like a stump or just like 4 fingers, like weird like Disney 4 fingers, or like a pad or something, I'm gonna lose my mind. I just sit there like, why does it feel like one of the digits are it's the pinky, dude. Every time when I'm drawing a hand, it's like, where does the pinky go? Like, okay, I got it. It's the 3 fingers in the middle, that's okay, right? And then the thumb is the next thing. It's like, ah, yeah, that's great. I finally nailed it. And then the pinky is like, I don't know what to do with the pinky. Just pretend like it's not there. just remove the pinky. I mean, real talk. The pinky is you know. Do you know? I don't know if you know about this, but there was a time when there were 6 fingers, right? There is evidence for 6 fingers. And it's kind of like the pinky toe. Pinky toe is one of the vestigial ones too. Like maybe longer than us, a couple more generations, the pinky toe is gonna disappear. But there was a time when there was a potential 6th finger. It's weird. Life is weird. Biology is also weird. Yeah. I've drawn couple bodies before, but they were rough. You can probably see them too. Wait, hold up. Do I have them? I think I have one. Yeah, there are a couple. There might have been only. Oh, there are 2 humans. Oh no, I put mittens on them. Oh no, I did draw some hands. They're weird looking. The early days. There were like 2 or 3 examples of hands. And then the rest are just like stumps with like three lumps out of it with like a stub on the right. So it kind of looks like this every time. It's like a fist. I'm okay with making fist. So everyone's gonna always be clenching on something. So if I need to make a hand, it's gonna be grabbing something. The hand's gotta be grabbing like a pipe or a cup or something. Just having it willy-nilly in the air, that's not happening. Not yet, anyways. Again, not a professional, so let me be. Oh no. Huh.
Ball.
What in the world of snake? Snake and silk snake? Rip. What are these symbols? They're pictures. They're pictures. Oh. Heck. You know, I still haven't figured what this is. Okay. Let's go back to the drawing board. We have a beanstalk and silk. What can I do with a beanstalk and silk? Congrats, it's been 8 hours. Yeah. Time flies when you're having fun talking about things. Beanstalk and silk. This is elements. I really thought it was huh. That's not huh. Like for nucleus or something. It's not G. Could be. Dang it. I don't even have a guess at what the meaning is anymore. It's not what I think it is. Alright. Well, we'll come back later. What? Yo. Oh, no, not T. Oops. Stop giving me this! I'm not ready. Man, I really thought it was her. It's Okay. Drop weight.
脚踏车，
这辆脚踏车很新。
Heck! Man.
门诊，
门诊不很忙，
Wait, mention. Is that not patient? Outpatient. Mention.
恩人，
他是我的恩人。
I feel like it's order. Dang it! I really felt that. I thought I was onto something.
厕所，
这间厕所很干净，
I really thought so. Ooh, yeah. Swears. It's a shelf. Is it not? Or a table? Alright. We're gonna have to give up on those and use a... See where we gone wrong there. Let's see.
苏醒，
经过救治，他慢慢的苏醒了。
What can I extract from this? I see a slide. A slide. And a drop. A burner. And I have no idea what that other thing is. It's a modified something. An act. Oh, man. What did it consider that? Horns? A tail? And what's the thing in the middle? Nothing? Oh. They just ignored the thing in the middle. Act. What was the vocabulary word? Other than act. Oh. Sort of dealing with act. How did way work? Way. I don't actually know. Walter White is in the bathroom. Oh, he sits on the toilet and does not act. He looks... Okay. Man. There's so much that isn't that. Okay. So the component act. Act. We might as well add way to the act. Okay. 2. Oh, maybe it's... What? Okay.
突然，
他突然出现在我面前。
大西洋，
大西洋包围很多岛屿。
What? Oh, that's my bad. Dang it.
践踏，
小心别被人群践踏。
I swear that's a table. How am I misspelling this? Oh.
书桌，
他把信留在他的书桌上。
Oh. Wait, but... How is this a book table? It's just a table, no? 书桌? Oh, a desk. Oh yeah, that's what a book table is. Oh, that's right. A desk is what you... Oh, okay. Alright. I'm over it. What? Oh. That's not... I still don't know what you are. Oh, wait. I think I know what you are. Wait. I know what this is. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, it's because... I know what I'm thinking. I just typed this. Pretty sure I just typed this. So that's expression. That's wheat. This is wheat. I think I know what this is. It's my. It's gotta be my. Alright. And then... Beacon thread.
记
Yes. Yes. But I don't know what this is. Is it again? Oh no. I don't know what G is. Did I already learn the alphabet? So in Chinese, in Chinese, the alphabet is these characters. Like the closest thing to telling you what an alphabet is that it's these characters. These are all of these are part of it. So the idea of an alphabet and the like the meaning or like the syllable and alphabet are they're related to each other in Chinese. So you have to view it in a way that these characters represent the sounds that they have to make. So there are a limited number of sounds though. So if the closest thing you can say is in terms of alphabet is if you learned all the sound combinations. Sound combinations are the closest thing to it, which that's what I type, by the way. In Pinyin, I'm typing the sound combinations. That's how it can translate into an alphabet. So like this is I am having trouble remembering this one, the right on the next, but the middle one is bu. So that would be one letter. You could call it like one alphabet or something. And these things make up all the sounds. Yeah. It's a little bit more than that, but without going into like a crazy, like without going into unnecessary complication. Each of these has a beginning. So we call it the initial plus the ending, which is the final. And then they have a tone, which there are 4 tones. So if I can give you an example, bro, we'll just use bro, right? So bruh would be in the initial, O would be the final. So you got bruh, O. So there's about like 60 things that are a combination of these things and then a tone. So it's 4 times the combination of all these things. So the alphabet, right? So bruh could be in one of them, which it isn't, but for an example purpose. So the tones then, when you know it's bro, bruh, and O, you need to know what the tone is. So there are 4 tones. Tone 1 is bro, 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 and bro. So once you figure out what the sound is, you also need to know which of the tone it is. And then there is a special one, which is no accent whatsoever. It's like bro. It's very neutral. So bro, 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 bro. Those are the 5. So that's how Chinese is linked up. And there are actually fewer of these sounds in Chinese than there are in English. However, because of tones, it might seem like there are more combinations than English. But English has all these sounds. They're just not used in the same way. They don't mean as much. But using bro is a great example of how English is becoming kind of Asian-like, sort of contextually like. Japanese and Chinese are contextual languages. So when you ever say like, interesting versus, interesting. Like the idea is that it becomes contextualized. So the same word can have different meanings. That's how to capture like in English, bro is a great example because bro can mean not brother. It can mean something else entirely. And you have to think of it that way. So in Chinese, when I say bu, it's impossible, it's nearly improbable to know what I mean by saying bu. It can't stand alone. If it doesn't have enough context, it could be anything. So when I say, "Oh yeah, what does boo look like?" I'm like, which boo? Like, I don't know what your boo is like, and what does it mean? And then you could say, well, it's this boo that I'm looking at. Like, okay, but there, you need more things. I don't know what this means. In English, most of the time, it is ambiguous when it stands alone, but it has a lot more descriptors into it. It can be very, very specific in the sense that not, even not, is less ambiguous than boo. Even though this is how you would translate it. You would look at it, and if you learn boo, translationally, you would look at it as not. But even in English, you can have like not something, then it is something, so it's not that. That's when Chinese and Japanese feel a lot more natural to do not and like not exclude something. So you're not excluding something, so you're still excluding it. Yes, right. So in English, it's a lot nicer to use the words in the way that they're contained, which is great. It's a different way to look at it. Like sometimes when you say something is not good, it could be okay, or it could be really good, or it could be sufficient, or not good as in, oh, it's kind of stinky. But without the context, you don't know which not good it means. Which is how a lot of people on the internet speak now. Like the way they write, when you say right, all right, those are the greatest, in my opinion, those are the most useful examples of how to get into the Chinese mindset, where you use one word then, and most of the time those one sounds and similar sounds need things around it to make sense. So oftentimes we already do that automatically for English. Like when you say right, I know which right you're talking about. Not this right, but correct. And Chinese is that's the normal thing. So it's more normal to ask those questions. So whenever you're like 很好, like 我很好, like I'm okay, you're going to make a lot of assumptions about what I mean by I'm okay, right? And Japanese is very similar in that way, which is a very different way of speaking. So whenever you think about interacting with a Chinese person or a Japanese person, you start to kind of feel like, oh, their behavior complements their language too. I'm not sure about how much I know about Spanish. I feel like Spanish is it feels at home. Like people are very explicit to each other, which is good. Or like good in the sense that I'm familiar with it. At home, yeah, very little said. Like there were, cheery, upfront. You say a lot. Like it's good to say a lot. It's very it shows that we mean a lot to each other, kind of thing. In Chinese and Japanese, there are a lot of things assumed. There's a lot of assumptions, and it's not a competition because there are pros and cons, right? When you when you have to assume a lot of things, the first culture shock that will happen when you go to like Japan or China is that you have to get used to all of those assumptions. And in the language, it has those assumptions in it. So when you say hi in a certain way, someone can slap you in the face. I'm kidding. But it could be weird. So you can say hi in a weird way that makes the person kind of confused. In English, when you say hi, you have to figure it out. Like you have to ask or like talk with them, right? In Chinese and Japanese, a lot of the regular things is like you say hi in a very specific way, so no one's guessing anymore. Like people don't guess. When you greet in a certain way, there's no guessing involved. It's very specific for those consistent situations. Whenever someone comes by and says hi to me on Twitch, it can mean like I have no idea. I have to ask like, oh hello, like do you want to talk? Or hello, do you not want to talk? Hello, are you even here? That kind of thing. Or is it hello, goodbye? Like I don't know. Because you know the English is many people's language, right? Like many cultures use English, so it's rarely ever on point, and therefore, and Spanish is number 2, right? If not, it's actually growing in a way in the United States that it's very competitive with English. So lots of different people use those type of languages. So the language itself starts to evolve from the influence of everything. And right now, Japanese, like Asian related things, especially represented by Japan and Chinese, is very trendy. So to me, the English patterns that people are talking about is being inherited from it. So English is taking on qualities of Japanese, especially Japanese, where the way people use the words are intuitively being influenced by the presence of anime. For example, in the Twitch community, there's a lot of English being used intuitively, like the way they hear Japanese and stuff. So English now has become a lot more tonal. Tonal in a pitch accent way, and so Japanese has pitch accents where, you know, the pitch goes like in different patterns. And that's what you might have seen when I was using wanikani. And these things differentiate words, even if they use the same letters, right? And the thing that I described as tones is very similar in Chinese, where despite having the same exact word, the tone and or pitch pattern is different and it means different things. So the nice thing about that is, you know how people often talk about English, it doesn't capture the feeling a lot of times, and or the sound of the word. Like, are you saying bro as in like that's cool, or you're saying bro like WTF, man, that type of thing? Well, if you think of it from a tonal perspective, if in the future, if someone's like bro, they add a 3, right? Bro, or an accent mark. Wait, English doesn't have accent marks like other languages, like Spanish, right? But this in the future could be English. English could end up being this, where you're just like, bro, this is like, why? And then bro is really? Or bro, seriously? So then that could happen, but right now it hasn't happened. It's usually unique context. So that's Chinese in a nutshell. Unique context to know which bro it is. And when someone's speaking, they're already doing that. They're already using tonality to distinguish between which bro you're selecting. Like bruh. Bruh is a mutation of bro. And brother. Like brother. Like the emphasis is in the front instead of the end. And like for example, what? There's what and what. There's like a joke about what using the H, which became silent at some point because of what. So, this is also something that Chinese does too, which is like things like die and chai, or die and die. Oh, die. What? So, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see when you like become older, like another 20 years, how English is going to change. And I think Spanish is going to change quite a bit too. French, probably. Not sure about Japanese yet. It's like I don't know enough Japanese to interact with how Japanese people see Japanese changing or not. I can kind of juxtapose, but it's not like people are saying sayonara like that instead of sayonara, right? Or like they're not saying sushi versus sushi, right? So maybe not. But Spanish and English happens quite often. They mutate very, very rapidly because of the internet, and only specifically on the internet. So like when you like go out into IRL and you have people who are disconnected from the internet, you can still gather all the stuff. Like English sounds weird if you suddenly go talk to people who don't spend time on the internet. And the people who don't spend a lot of time on the internet, it's like, what are you talking about? What slaps? I don't see who's slapping what. Like, how's that hitting different? It hits the same every time. Like, how do you hit different something that you hit? Or, like, I'm not your brother. that's fun. Sorry, that one doesn't age very well. But, yeah. Or, like, what does buddy mean? Oh, buddy is a good one. Like getting buddied. I'm not sure what the internet, like the younger people talk about when you get buddied, but getting buddied is like friend zone stuff too. And then like Mr. is replaced by buddy. Quite a lot of nuances. All right, I'm done. I like talking about language. Good. And now I don't know this one. I swear it's something like this, no? Yeah. Oh, no, wait. No, yeah. I don't know! Okay. I think we're gonna have to give up on that one too. Dang it.
无铅、
这款汽油是无铅。
残、
Sword drop heart.
"忍不住、
我太累了，忍不住打哈欠。
忍不住。I can endure not 我太累了，忍不住打 哈欠 can't help but. Yeah, okay. This is my way of getting people interested in language. Danny. This is how I go about trying to show people that you don't have to be like talking, you don't have to worry about being perfect in languages and stuff. If you're interested in language, you kind of just remember these after a while. Like, yes, you should do some due diligence, right? Learn anatomy for drawing and that stuff, but learn to develop your passion for something beforehand. Because learning a language beyond English is technically a choice. And a choice that can connect you with your parents or your parents, right? Connect you with your brother. Like for me, this is how I am slowly connecting with my parents in their retirement. Like, no more do I. Oh, here's a fun little example of what language has done. Usually, my parents have iPads, right? They have iPads, and my mother uses an iPhone, right? And the thing about Apple products is they can be set to Mandarin. All right. Now, my parents aren't technologically literate. So, when I have to, when my father comes down and shows me the iPad, it's like, hey, this like the thingy that used to be here is not here anymore. And it says this thing, and it's gonna be like a notice box, right? It's gonna be a notice box right in the middle, and it's just gonna have a bunch of characters in here. And my first thought is like, huh. Before, what I use spatial awareness. So I understand OS design enough that I can use icons and symbolism to troubleshoot the problem without knowing any of the language. Like whatever it says, it's the proper length. It represents the proper distribution. The location is proper in the place. So I recognize I don't have Apple products. Like I don't use Apple products, but my parents do. However, I've seen enough Apple products to know where their designs are. So I can troubleshoot, enter the stuff without knowing any language, right? But now I can practice seeing the context of the characters in a natural environment. So when I'm looking at the text box, I'm like, okay, this is probably something that says something like maybe the Wi-Fi or there's no internet connection. And I look for those words I look for those characters that I know in the text. And that is like playing a mystery game or a puzzle game. Like you grab up and you're like, oh, okay, all right, well, I think it means this. Let's just do this, and it works. So nowadays, that's kind of my spiel. Like I enjoy doing this, which you end up appreciating a lot more over time. It's kind of like watching something in Spanish and then watching it in English, and then because you know both Spanish and English, you can compare and contrast, and it's like doubly the enrichment. Also, it gives you another perspective on a thing that you might like. Instead of a lot of times what people do, or especially anime, is that they understand their emotional need or desires, and they intuit based on their biases. So whenever they say like, oh, Japanese is always going to be better, that's true for them. You know, for the people who is stuck, like for people who have a specific perspective, like a very for me, it's like, well, usually is the answer is it's different. And boy howdy, if there's a way to get someone interested, is to describe why it's different. So it's the opposite of what happened this week with that one person who refused to think that it's not worth explaining why things are different. Because if you don't explain why things are different, how could anyone ever try to understand you? I try to infer things and know from context that it could, despite being different, there's a way to create togetherness. So it's much like stylized art. If someone says something like, oh, anime looks the best, right? Looks the best. I can't watch anything else, right? How do you get them to be interested in like watching King of the Hill, for example? So a lot of times when I have friends around, when we're chatting in voice chat, I describe it to them. I basically try to describe to them as much as I can. And I describe to them in a way that is interesting to them. And yes, it's still a work in progress. Some, that this little silly potato that I know, he says like, oh yeah, you know what? I still can't really watch these things anymore. But I did get him to share with me that he used to grow up watching Family Guy. So there is still a way to transition. So I tell people about the story. Like here's another one that doesn't deal with animation. Star Trek. I absolutely love Star Trek. But the thing is, Star Trek is not Star Wars. It's not the MCU. So it's not like exciting with like lots of fireworks and set pieces and CGI and all that really eye candy, right? So how do I get them to be interested in Star Trek? Learn a lot about it. Compare and contrast the two. And then talk with enthusiasm. So whenever someone says like, oh yeah, you know what's a great idea? And they mention something like, hey, let me describe an episode of Star Trek to you. Because that idea that you really like, there's an episode in Star Trek about it. So yeah, that's kind of my approach to most things. So when you're thinking about like conversations, oh, what am I going to talk about if you're going to talk about someone? I start with asking, I'm going to say I've gotten down to 4 questions. And when I start those 4 questions, I've practiced them so much that a lot of things that follow the 4 questions will give me enough time to make a connection that I can speak for hours. So that's how like the whole talking thing has come up. And then in the end of the day, the person I'm talking to, either they fall asleep or it's too late and they should go to bed. But the thing is, I would never try to leave them hanging with an unpleasant experience. Now, that doesn't mean that it doesn't happen, right? It can happen. There are individuals who simply, bro, you're not for me, and they leave. And then there are people who stay and disgruntled. But the idea is to constantly try to get them excited about something. If you're gonna spend time with someone, at least in my opinion, if you're gonna choose to spend some of your free time to hang out with someone, I think it's a privilege, at least for me. If someone is willing to spend time with me, it's my privilege and sure as heck my swan song to make sure the times you spent with me is one that will make you feel positive and in the moment, right? That's kind of the idea of like how you are. Yeah, so you have to be captivated. Now the question is, oftentimes on the internet, it's a lot easier to rely on things that people are more used to. So the question is, if I went around and just like do what everyone else do, and you're still entertained, that's good. That's still really good. It's not as interesting to me. So, what is popular on Twitch? Someone who makes plays or shoots, like performs something that's really cool to watch, right? But I kind of want people to also know that they are the way you say it, like leave the place better than when you found it. The way you say is like leave the place better than when you found it. Yes, or try to. And oftentimes, it can get a little messier. It can get a little that's perfectly fine. But the attempt is what is palpable. It's the attempt. And if you give me the time of day, I have to at least give it a try. Obviously, it's oftentimes there's also the thought that counts, right? It's the thought that counts. I think there's too few of that. It's very limited these days. It's become a lot limited, and I want to do something to contribute to that. Anyways, that language. If you're interested in language, you associate that thought with location, but with people. That's a new thought. Oh, okay. Yeah. I see. Yeah. It's always interesting to see what the results are. Captivating people is sure as heck one of the... It can be very rewarding, but I don't want it to come cheap. In my opinion, for me. Like, it's not rewarding when it comes cheap. It's often the most transformative when it is through a trying, like, difficult. Like, I know some people say like, oh yeah, I love it when video games are challenging, and when I overcome them, they're very rewarding. And then they would tell me things like, I love to do challenges because that's how things make me rewarding. And it's like, okay, go make a friend. That's what I would say. Go talk to someone. Become friends with them. Enjoy the game, video games, and challenging video games together. Because if you like to think of it that way, I think there is a chance that you might find it rewarding when you work very diligently to help them. Now, it is also very telling when that person's like, nah, that's too hard. That's like unfun, challenging. And then we have a place to start. For myself, I would say the thing that people think is easy for me is also the hardest thing. Because if it wasn't difficult, it wouldn't be easy. The things you love are both hard and easy at the same time. And sure as heck, that's what I want to show. Like, language learning is tough. It's also easy. Tough. It's easy. It's tough. It's easy. So, but you do it with a smile. At least you hope you do it with a smile. For as long as possible. Today has been filled with wonderful messages. It's also why I didn't do the art prompt yesterday either, Danny, just for the record. Okay, alright. What? Oh, hold. I think I screwed up there. Fine.
草稿，
我们需要一个新的草稿。
草稿。Like willy-nilly. Willy-nilly doing. What is the willy-nilly doing? Talco. Oh no, draft. Yeah, rough draft. What is willy-nilly doing? A rough draft. It's a rough draft, you know? It makes sense. Don't at me. Oh no. Ends it. No. Heck. It's a canal. I doubt it. We'll come back. It's okay. I think it'll be okay.
蛇皮
蛇皮通常用来制作鞋子。
Oh, I do have to finish these reviews within the next 50 minutes, though. The application is gonna reset soon. So we do have to finish it. Making friends is unfun, kind of hard. Sounds rude in a way. Making friends is unfun, kind of hard. Sounds in a rude way. Yeah. That's what I do get, though. The improvement is crazy from 2021. Oh, I didn't show you my MS Paint emotes. I still need to dig those up. The MS Paint emotes. Yeah, most of the stuff that you see are done by me. So there are some early things. Some very early things. The nice thing about Inktober is there's a time limit. So I kind of have to learn how to also appropriate, allocate time to trying to maximize certain workflows. This year is really tight because most of the previous years, what I did was I cleared my schedule. This year, we're really hammering it. Yeah, making friends is unfun, kind of hard. Sounds in a rude way. It's honestly, I'm actually paraphrasing. I think that's what they're trying to communicate to me, that it's so unfun and it's kind of hard that you don't want to do it. But the responses that I get are more like, nah, it's not worth my time. People are stupid. You can't fix stupid. People lie all the time. They will only be there to betray you. These are the type of things that I'm talking about when I say making friends is unfun, kind of hard. I'm being very kind. Like, where I'm trying to be, in a way, trying to read in between the lines. That I don't think a lot of people that I've met truly believes that. Is that the process is very difficult and they interpret it as only unrewarding form of investment. And I do the opposite, in my opinion. I personally, in my humility, that's what I do. I run towards that. So when someone says, oh yeah, this is very easy for you because you do it all the time and you're quote unquote good at it, is like, no, I'm not good at it. My if you're thinking about how good someone is, you would think of something like how successful you are. Like, what I would ask them, think like, what do you think is a person who's good at making friends? Do you know their success ratios? Like, are you trying to objectively try to quantify whether something is hard or not, especially when you're trying to interact with another person? Because if you do, then the odds tend to make it seem unfun. Like, if I told you making friends is like 95% failures and 5% successes, is that going to be unfun? For a lot of people, it's unfun. For some people, like a Souls-like no-hit run marathon person, that might seem like a great challenge. So when someone tells me they like a challenge because it's fun, those are the people that I would be thinking of, not the people who say they want a challenge and it's fun, and then realize when I ask them to do something that can seem like difficult in a challenge, which is typically associated with fun, they would avoid it. And I'm biased towards that because I focus on communication. So I talk about friends. I talk about relationships. Cannot fix stupid goes pretty hard. Maybe making friends is far off, but talking to people is what you can tell them to do, not friend making, just interact with others. Fair enough. Yeah. Yep. What the thing you're describing is the difference between practicing talking at someone versus with someone. Or maybe we can use this now. And then talking as though they don't exist. But usually is the difference between, in my opinion, one of the biggest tellers of how well someone judges communication oftentimes is when they speak, are they talking at someone or about someone else? So not even at the person, but a third person, like a third neutral group. And then that's how they interact. So this is what I'm referring to as aiming for fun. This is unfun. It is a burden. You are volunteering something, and that other person, you don't care what that other person is going to say because you are being generous. And then when you talk about neutral party, it means you don't care. It's just apathy. As in, oh, hey, did you know that there are a lot of starving people in the world? Well, many of the people in the room will say, well, yes, there are starving people in the world. And then when you talk at someone, it's like, you know what you're doing is wrong. And you walk away. It's like, you are stupid. You don't have to prove that you're not stupid. I just think you're stupid. And walk away. So, at someone. Versus with someone. With someone is hard. Because you actually have to wait for that person to respond. You don't have a preconceived notion of, oh, you just say the right thing. The truth. This is, to me, hiding behind objectivity, and truth is your shield. That's what talking at someone is. And I think the large majority of the internet is not a bad or a good thing. The internet makes it normal to interact with this. So this is where we start. This is where you want to start, sharing about other things. You can talk to other people in different ways now. At least in my opinion, you still can. It's not like it changed. The social norm is to talk at someone though. Like when someone drops by, they will tell you the correct answer. And because they told you the correct answer, it can't be rude. It can't be unsolicited. Right? It can't be awesome by default. You can't know that. Right, there is literally the at symbol for talking at or even about someone. Exactly. That's what I've been using to these notations. I've been using the at notation because I think that's usually how people communicate now. And you get used to it. I think you get really used to it. But to me, like one of the big buts is I don't think people are connecting anymore. Like, it's disappointing when you have two intelligent people. Like, I'm not saying they're stupid. I think they've normalized something. So if you know a lot of facts, how do you get two people who know a lot of facts, and maybe they know different types of facts that contradict each other? How do you get them to talk with each other? Like, hey, I thought this was the truth, And then the other person says, I thought this was the truth. It's like, oh, hey, where did you get that idea? Maybe we can like collect and exchange notes. Like, I thought this is what this note means. It seems like you got your information from a different place. So let's go over the notes and talk about where we got our things and compare them with our notes with each other and come up with a new answer or come up with something that is together. So you with the person. That still doesn't mean that one person's gonna like, it still can mean one person wins out. Like, oh, I was mistaken. Not gonna lie, that sounds kind of fun. Exactly. But that's not normal anymore, in my opinion, not online. So it can take a while. And it's, by the way, the reason why it's not normal anymore is it takes too much time. It takes time, right? And if you're really used to things being quick, it's unfun to take time. It's unfun to take time to learn a language. It takes a long time. What you want to do on the internet is to reduce the amount of time. You want quick results. So it's not bad or good. It's normal. That's what you feel. Like, that's what people want to feel. Like, friendships have to be instant. Friendships are tentative. When you like a game, and then when the game is over, you can stop being friends. It's quick, it's clear, it's normal. That also means that if you practice that, anything outside of that will be not normal. And when it's not normal, it can be unfun and hard. And that's one of the things. For me, it's very difficult to treat people based on interest only. So I scare those people away. That's basically what happens, right? At some point, we're gonna end up hitting a discussion that we'll disagree about, and then we part ways. And that's what happened over this last 7 years, right? You'll keep the let's exchange notes mindset in mind. Actually sounds kind of fun and might even make me more open to others' truths. Yeah, I that's what I like. I like that. Like, I wouldn't be talking with Danny right now about his artwork and doing Inktober if I didn't say, may I ask? And by the way, I don't talk to that person anymore. That person is living the life. They're married and they are very happy. Like, I'm not in their life anymore, right? But when I asked him, it's like, why are you doing this Inktober thing? Can you describe something in it? And there's something about the way they were showing and telling stuff, and now I do it on my own. And then in the future, don't be surprised that I would be surrounded by individuals who don't necessarily just draw for Inktober. They might compose music for Inktober. They might write poems for Inktober. Like, today, if I met a poet, I would love to tell them, hey, you know what? You don't have to draw for Inktober. Write a haiku about a trunk. Any type of trunk. Use your imagination. It could be a tree trunk. It could be a trunk, like a chest trunk, right? It could be the trunk of a car. Feel free. And we can compare notes. And in the future, oh, wouldn't it be fantastic if I would do like a collaboration project where I take a musician, a writer, and myself, and we make the prompts and we gel them together, and then we'll have something that has music, a story, like a written prose story, and the illustration for it. Then we are talking about shows. And those are other truths as well. Like, if you think music is the most important thing, that's their other truth. If you think you disagree, video games, or like, I don't know, the writing is the most important thing. Two truths can bring larger truths, right? It brings people together. Right now, I don't feel that. That ain't it. That ain't it, Chief. Most of the time is, I'm doing you a favor, so I'm going to tell you the right answer. You're welcome. And then the person's gone. And that's all the interaction that they require. Like, hey, did you know that whatever is in this video at mark 2 minutes and 33 seconds, technically this is incorrect. According to the internet, or according to my sources, this is that. And then that's it. And then what do other people have? They will respond by saying, thanks, chief. Like, oh, good point. Or, yeah, we know. Or, way to Wikipedia things. So you're constantly always like doing the really, really typical things. And I think, I don't think people are any unhappier or happier because of it. It's become normal. To me, when I was, if I can think back before the internet, like before like video comments and stuff, I think a lot of that kind of sound disrespectful and unfeeling. Now that I have spent a lot of time on the internet and reading YouTube comments and all that, it's understandable. And in my opinion, I want to change that. At least the people that I interact with. So, no, unfortunately, giving like 1 minute answers is still very uncomfortable. In fact, I'm still having a hard time designing and writing something that takes less than 10 minutes to talk about. So that's still a work in progress. So I still suck at the things people find normal. Like, here's the TLDR, guys. How to improve public speaking. Talk more. And that sounds very dirty. I think if someone tells you that, to me, screams like they don't care. Not that I'm not saying that they don't care. To me, it would be interpreted as someone who doesn't have a time of day to tell you more than that. And that's how younger people talk these days. How do you get better at this game? Play more. How do you get higher KDA? Get good. How do you answer this question? Watch a good player. It's like, how do you solve and answer this question? Google it. Right? So it's very aggressive, direct, and actually, to me, it sounds aggressive and direct. I don't think it sounds aggressive and direct for anybody else. Like, whenever someone says Google it, I think that's the normal thing. When someone tries to tell me something, I want them to explain it to me in their own words. It's unfun. I think the first thing they would probably describe is unfun. It's not worth the time. Like, but I want to hear it from you. Like, the whole point is that you are important. I want to hear your truths from you, not someone else's thing. You can tell me what you've learned from that other person, and I'll go look for that person for sure. But I want to know what you think. Because if you don't start speaking your mind, I don't get to know you anymore. Like, when someone says, oh yeah, this is the best thing since sliced bread, I'm like, oh, have you played it? It's like, nah. But the person that I watch thinks it's the best thing as sliced bread. And it's like, and you know, I'll compromise. Can you explain to me what did the person say that makes you think and agree with them that it's the best thing since sliced bread? Because I want to hear you. You're the more important person here, not the other person. And this is related to the internet, how people constantly feel like they're not special, in the sense that what they do is not worth anyone's time, because they always defer and refer, in my opinion, habitually to someone else who is better, or who they think is better or more valuable. To me, if you are explaining something to me, what you're explaining is far more valuable, because I literally can talk to you. Not that imaginary person, or that not imaginary, but the person behind the frame that I don't know. Like when you say, oh yeah, this guy knows a lot, it's like, but what do you think? You have to organize your Discord server. Well, When you do, let me know, Danny. I would love to see your Discord server. Do I know how to arrange Discord servers? To organize this? Maybe that I'm probably not the guy. Yeah, I'm probably not the guy if you're asking. I'm not the guy. My Discord server is what I did was I manually went through all the tabs and I created a channel, an archetype for each group, and then I select all the permissions that are done, and then when you create a new channel under each of the subsets, it carries the permissions. So I have a it's a super strict Discord. Basically people can type to each other and then like link images, but that's it. And then everything else is people must use words. They have to talk to each other to have the thing happen. So no like external links or there's some external links. I look over the stuff, but so it's very bare bones. Bare bones in a way that reflects me. Like I want people to talk to each other. And like talking is also linking things together, right? Like showing your experiments or your illustrations and stuff. That's what makes text really powerful. You can't do that with words, or you can try, right? Doing it with words is very different. So the last person that no longer talks to me and probably hates my guts, they said that they do way better speaking, and that speech is always better than text, or speech is always better. Like it can only be interpreted and limited in certain ways. But you're an artist. Like I was talking to an artist. Like I gave them examples before. Like there was a fun experiment that I did with someone else. Maybe Jazz. The name Jazz rings a bell. It is related to music. One time I chatted with someone and all we did was link music back and forth to communicate what we wanted to say. And we had fun. Like the person's like, they send me a music video, like a music video and music context that said that the person was bored. So then I sent them a video where the boredom became serendipitous. So we kept going back and forth linking music videos that express and captures the feelings we're trying to communicate. So those are different ways you can express things in the Discord, right? And whatnot. And that's kind of why I wanted to build the Discord in that way, where try not to deflect. It's great to. I think the ultimate goal is to get people to feel like the internet makes you feel small. And that's not going to change in life. The more you learn, the bigger your big brain gets. I'm actually saying most people are really intelligent, as in they know a lot of things. But the more you know, the smaller you become. And behaviorally, you'll make yourself less and less significant. Because you can tell yourself, I know this, so the thing I'm doing means less. It's not important, right? Like, oh yeah, like I have no right to complain about not having water today because there are millions of people in the world who barely have drinkable water. It's great to help and know and try to aid in being benevolent, to try to keep in mind that there are other people who have privileges. It's not the same as beating yourself up and bringing yourself down and creating a new source of burden at the cost of that knowledge. If there's anything you can do is to raise yourself up with that knowledge, to elevate your feeling of importance so that you can take care of yourself, and then go do that thing. So it's very different. One is enabling and one is disabling. And I feel on the internet, it's easier to disable someone than to enable them. So instead of saying, oh yeah, you know what, your art, I don't quite like it, but hey, before you hate me or end me or like something like that, I want to share why I think your art doesn't resonate with me. But if you ever want to be interested in like things that I'm looking for, let's share notes, right? Because then the art becomes transformative. It doesn't ever get there. It often just say like, yo, you suck, thumbs down. You never get to know why. Already big brain, then grow it bigger. So I think thumbs down, like thumbs up, thumbs down, hyper optimized what people need to know. They don't need to practice that anymore. You don't need to know why you thumbs down someone. You don't need to know why you thumbs up anyone. But to me, it's okay if it doesn't affect your lifestyle. So I'm saying, I'm very mindful about this. If you are already happy, like you're happy, it doesn't matter, you only care about yourself. When you thumbs down and thumbs up, that's all you need for like getting whatever it is that make you happy. Go for it. For myself, it doesn't make me happy when I see people who work hard, they get thumbs up, but no explainer to why it's a thumbs up, because there's not avenues and channels to do that. And then also thumbs down, there's no avenue and exchange to reconcile that. So there aren't second chances, there aren't second thoughts, there aren't the benefit of the doubt. So when someone thumbs you down and you never hear from them, it's always going to be a thumbs down. You'll never know. It doesn't happen. So in my opinion, those things are still going to be the social norm. But to me, if I can get one person to work together, put two people that work together, well, they're going to be the ones that people are thumbing up and thumbing down because they're making things. The ones that are thumbing up and thumbing down without saying anything are in their own bubble, right? And if they're happy in their bubble, that's cool. I'm still more worried about, I like to participate where I can participate. The people in their bubble, it doesn't matter how loud I shout or how much I talk about it, they're in their bubble. They don't care if I exist or not. The ones that are, though, they get all my attention. Like, to me, that's what is worth it. But people who aren't in the bubble or willing to step out of the bubble, which is the idea of, how do you tell someone you don't like their art? Danny, I'm not talking about you, but sorry, this might in context, this is a little weird. Like hypothetically, if I say like an art, I don't like an art. I'm kidding. But in context, this would be a weird time to talk about it. But if there's someone that I don't like their art, I want to talk with them, like talk through why there are things that I don't like. But because you do that, that is constructive criticism. When you talk at someone and you tell them why their art sucks without talking with them, that is criticism. That's not constructive criticism. You gain nothing from that. Yeah, how's the speedrun getting canceled? Say you don't like someone's art. Exactly. It sucks. And I think it's an unfilling proposition. Or like what's another great way? Review bomb. Review bomb someone's work. Review bomb the work of 100 people who worked hard on a video game because they just disagree. So they can channel all the echo, very limited information in order to gather enough people who are free to hit the dislike button or send a zero with like 3 words to illustrate the point. I think That's still going to happen regardless of what I do, right? Knowledge makes one small, but it doesn't take away the satisfaction of maybe getting one person to not do that. 2 people, 3 people, right? And maybe one day it's less common. Probably not from me though. Like it'll be interesting if I live long enough to see that there's going to be a balance, a counterbalance to the excessive use of non-human parameters, like overuse of objective parameters, right? You don't slow down, you don't talk to people. Like, I'm still talking about this and I need to finish this in 20 minutes. So yeah, it's the story. Anyways, I just thought you guys I wanted to make that clear. I look back on this when, like 2-3 years down the line, if someone like quotes me on this or like cuts me in context, I would be able to explain it because I stand by my words. I hope in 3 years I look back on this and I'm like, either, oh, I was completely wrong. Humans were able to create even a better example. Like, I'm actually hoping for an example that I can't imagine. Because in the future, I'm hopeful. I think whatever I know now is going to pale in comparison to what I know later. And hopefully, it's not the worst case scenario, nor is it my scenario now. It's something even more magical. And that's kind of what I hope for each day. Like, 2 years down the line, things will change and people just love making each other happy again. Because it's kind of sad when you spend more effort crushing someone than trying to build even more. So it's often now about cancellation, competition, which is better. It's objective. It's solely objective. Or better yet, is soullessly objective. And that's a symptom, not necessarily an intent. No one was maliciously trying to do this. I think humans get very used to doing something in a way and may sometimes lose sight of themselves, right? Like, I go on the record. I have yet to dislike anything on YouTube. I have made comments. I have written video comments and talked to people on YouTube, but I have yet to thumbs up or thumbs down. And then you might be thinking, oh yeah, but what about the engagement points and stuff? So if you leave a video comment, that's a higher engagement algorithm than thumbs up and thumbs down. And I talk about people I interact with every single day. Like when Danny went off yesterday, I talked to Procall about how I met this person. And sure enough, I'm pretty sure Procall will watch the show too. So just for the record, no pressure, Danny, but the people that I talk to will likely also know about the show because I would I would talk about them. Like Procall would come out and ask me, oh, did anything interesting happen in your day? Well, yeah. I spent 8 hours talking to Danny. And then tomorrow, on the weekends he usually shows up because he's at university. So tomorrow or later today, because it's already Friday, he'll probably ask me what I watched or what I did because I spent more time asking people, what did you do today? What did I do today? So we started getting into the habit of asking each other, what's interesting? What have we done? And I will probably tell them that I watched your older brother's documentary. Like tonight. I'm still going to try to make time to watch the documentary tonight. So that's why that's probably a good place to stop where I should complete my lessons and go and do that. And Jazz, you're more than welcome, obviously. It's free on YouTube. That's fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, it's free on YouTube. That's neat. Way to show off the first thing. Jazz, and you're more than welcome to like talk about yourself and what's going on in your neck of the woods. I do mention some of the stuff we talked about previously as well. In the context of like that one other person. There were two people. Procall was around every once in a while when you were here too. So definitely feel free. No pressure though. No pressure to do so. Alright, now we go.
仓库，
这是
Now
我
we
们
go
的仓库
fast. By the way, if you want to know how many I need, I have 54 up here. So this number has to go down to 0 in the next 15 minutes. If not, it's perfectly alright. Well, I'm not getting very fast, huh? Wait.
交织，
红黑双色线交织
Ah! No! What? Wait, where did I make the error? Oh, wait, no. What? Wait, where's the error in this one? Oh, I see the error. Okay, it's fine.
攻克，
攻克城市
Endure attack? Oh no. Like capture. Okay.
手舞足蹈，
小孩子听到好消息就手舞足蹈起来
Dance joyfully. What a great, or dance with joy. What a great phrase.
报，
What? Hold. I don't know what this is. Take a jab. Heck. We had to bypass on this. It's G, but I don't know what the G is for. I think it's more like again or degree, or it could be like begin. We're gonna pass on this. It's era. Oh my gosh. Okay. That's 2 G's in a row, actually. Record. Alright. That one, no chance. And this one might go down as no chance too. Let's see. Spray bucket. Oh wait, I got it.
渡口，
入口。
这是一个古老的渡口
他俩，
他俩喜欢一起打篮球
What the? Okay. Calm down.
竹椅，
他太胖了做不了竹椅
I feel like it's like. Oh no. Oh no. No, not like this. Whoa. Oh, wait. Oh no, I screwed up. That's Oh, I got 10 minutes. Okay, 10 minutes. Ah, man, that's a typo. Stop making typos.
小扁豆，
小扁豆是营养丰富的食物。
What am I? What? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. I'm cracking under the pressure. Oh no! Wait, wait, wait. Oh, ah, man, wrong tone. What? Wait. Well, I actually have no idea why that's wrong. Huh. Huh.
胜
Dang it. That's prosper.
贷款，
银行批准了他的贷款。
税，
Oh no. What is... Oh, this is like New Year's, right? Or New Year's Eve. What? What? Oh no, I have 8 minutes. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna get it, but it's fine.
照，
Dang it. Or prosper, flourish, prosper. It's proper or flourish. Yeah. Prosper is fine. Picking bots. Oh, that bot has a new link. Oh, they changed it to streambase.online. I need to also add that to the ban list. Anyways, hang on. Oh man, that was so distracting. What? Oh, I missed the I. Dang it. Ciao. I mean... This one's fine. It's like a illuminate, right? Yeah, but it's part of picture, like image, and like a piece of document. It's fine. Illuminate is not great. I don't think illuminate is great for that one. Hinder.
账，
Barrier is what they used. Okay. I don't understand why this is incorrect. Pretty sure it's...
之
Fine. We're gonna keep moving. Oh, it's when? I think it's when, and this is my. No, it's not my. Okay, I need to figure out what this is. Oh, it's Su. It's for vegetarian. Dang it. 5 minutes. I don't know what's happening here either. The tongue. It's silent. Dang it. I've got the silence. I don't care about silence. Let's go. Let's go. It's fine. No time to think about it. 9 cars. Oh no, great.
推
Nah, this is too long. Finger. I don't know if this is gonna reset while it's happening, so we might be okay if I keep going past as long as I complete. We'll see. This hasn't ever happened before, so we'll find out.
抗议
工人抗议低工资，
抗议 Deliberate's good. What?
速 出轨
火车因为铁轨上的碎片而出轨。
What? I think this might be
责骂
妈妈责骂了她的孩子，
okay. Way
灰
radiance.
山谷
这个山谷非常危险。
Kung. I'm losing Kung all of a sudden. It's like something resist, right? Resist. So like protest. Okay. And I don't. Oh, right.
舌头结
Wait, has it passed? No, 2 minutes. No. No, I typed the wrong thing.
平稳
物价平稳，
Level is stable. It's almost over. I know. I don't think I'm gonna be able to make it. It's fine.
信赖
我们必须信赖彼此。
倾听
他喜欢倾听自然的声音。
河谷
他们在河谷里散步，
It doesn't look like the counter changed. So maybe I'm good. Oh no, there's still 1 minute left. It might kick me out. Yeah, I don't know.
粪除夕
No, I don't think it'll kick me out. I think we're good. We're good. I think we have all the time. I think. Whoops. Yeah, it doesn't look like it does anything. So at least now I know. And before everything hits the fan.
分裂
小组因为意见不合而分裂。
Yeah, the number didn't change. So I think we're good. False alarm. False alarm. Now I know. Now I know. Science.
旋律
这段旋律很简单。
毁主剑
I'm suddenly more relaxed. I do terrible with time. So now it's like relaxing because
柱
I'm no longer under time pressure. It happens.
蓝牢
I would be lying if I said I stay cool under pressure, like in times. I'm not. I don't
Cool.
stay calm and composed when time limits are there. I prefer not to know sometimes. But that's human for
Chong.
me.
Sheng 遵守
我们必须遵守规则。
Oh, this one is weird. I don't know. Yeah, this one's weird. Wait. Come back to it. Got 12 left. Ah! Oh, I added a G. I don't know why I added a G. I had a typo right near the end. I'm not sure what this means. Usually it's not a definition thing. So it's like guard and obey. Or guard and abide by. Yeah, no. Oh, it's just to abide by. Oh, okay. Wait. Then which one am I thinking of? This is what I thought it was, but what am I thinking of? Oh, I'm afraid to do anything. I think this one's fine. It's not the one that I'm thinking of. I psyched myself out on that one. Yeah, what am I thinking of? Something that looks like that. It deals with show. Huh. Hmm.
无赖
他是一个无赖。
Scoundrel.
旋转
地球每天旋转一次。
turn. Just turn around, rotate. Oh, rotate. Rotate's a better word for that.
忙高
Yeah, this one is fine. Oh, bye or comply.
吐出
婴儿吐出了奶水，
the 吐出 What? Oh, I forgot what. Oh, like spit out. Okay.
奶粉
这个奶粉非常受欢迎。
Oh, I botched that hard. I lost my way. This is rough.
揪
What is the high-tech torch doing? Think about protecting it from burning. Oh, entangle. Oh my gosh, that's kind of weak.
小提琴
他正在学习拉小提琴。
期刊
请订阅我们的期刊。
东奔西走
他东奔西走，想要解决问题。
Heck. YOLO. Oh. um. It went down to the last one, huh? Where I got stuck. Caliper body. Oh, it's probably. What? Oh. What? What? How do I not know what you are? Hmm. Caliper and body. No chance. This is a repeat. Shoot. Sure. Dang. I think I'm gonna need to change that up. So I have 5 here, which is pretty above. It's actually slightly above average for today. I have 5 notes here. All right, we're gonna change this up. This is the first thing that needs to head out the door. Maybe less so about shoots. So let's see. Shrek is in the bathroom of the electricity plant, working on some loose wires, right? Some loose wires. My grind is unstoppable. Shrek in the bathroom in the electricity plant, working on some loose wires. He accidentally, using his caliper, he is measuring out how to fix it. But he his body accidentally came in contact to the wire shorts and suddenly experienced a shooting pain through his body. Luckily, he's an ogre, so he's sturdy. Okay. All right. We're good. Yes. And
射
which was okay. Now there's the moment of truth. Does it only reset after I complete the thing? It does. So as long as you start the session and it goes over time, it's still okay. As long as you start the session. So good. Excellent. Now I know. I haven't ever had that happen yet. It resets at 4. The day's stuff resets at 4. Okay. Or even my time anyways. Yeah, good to know. Because yesterday was the same reason I went over. Very neat. Okay. So let's go over our stuff for today. Yeah, oh, and Danny, when you asked about how many, like, alphabet, right? How many alphabets? In HanziHero, technically the alphabet is, I think it's 3,969 in HanziHero. So there are 3,969, characters here. So let me do the math. So this is 1,200, 1,500, 1,800. No, 3,869. Let's subtract. There isn't 100 overflow. So 3,869 by the time we complete this. If you're wondering what the average Chinese person, right, knows, like an adult, to read like most of 99.9, like 99.8% of stuff is anywhere from, I'm gonna say roughly 5,000 to 7,000 characters. It's a huge range, but it's around 5,000 plus. And then the average Chinese person, like the person that goes beyond that, to instead of base it on reading, like being able to read and stuff, they know probably around 10,000 characters. I believe there are over like 30,000 characters or plus for between like just Chinese alone, and then Japanese have variances of that. And this is traditional Chinese. So simplified Chinese have a bunch of simplified characters. So that's kind of the nature of the language. So you can kind of think of it as you're kind of getting bang for your buck, because when you're learning a character, you're also learning its associated meanings. In English, you have to learn how to construct those words through the assortment of the letters. So you're not doing kind of both at the same time, right? And also remember, like, since we're English speakers, we have to remember that we take it for granted that we understand what the words sound like. But every single word has inconsistent reads. In Chinese and in Japanese, the consistency of your read is important. So when you know what the read is, it will always be that read. However, it is constructed in a specific way. Meanwhile, in English, it's like the running meme in English is, you know when you know. Like, you know, the example is like we have could, right? We have could, so obviously then this would be would. Wait, is that how you spell would? No, I'm being serious. I don't actually know. Is that how you spell would? But then you have would. Yeah, okay. And then you have would, right? So these type of things do not happen in Chinese and Japanese. And what I mean by that is your spelling and your characters, the characters are very defined. They are, the meaning can flex. They're like reads can flex in a way, but they don't look like this. They don't have a change in its representation. So the sounds and stuff are really locked in, and it's an exchange of systems, right? So it's kind of nice when you focus on different things. So the stuff that we don't I feel like English take for granted, Chinese don't take for granted, and then the vice versa. And it's kind of fun to try to whip your brain around a different way. It's kind of like if I asked you to draw the back, I don't actually know which one you start first. Do you draw the background first, Danny, before you draw the subject, or do you go the other way around? Because between the years, there was a difference, but you can't see it in the Inktober thing. There was a year where I drew the background first, and then I drew the subject. And then there were the years that I drew the subject first, and I didn't draw the background. That's why the background never happened in a lot of those. You can probably tell which one I started with. Because the first Inktober ones, they don't have any backgrounds. Nowadays, I draw the background first, which is aligned with you, Annie. I don't draw like... The one that didn't have a background is the one that looked the most awkward, which is the manga one, the black and white one from today, where all I did was I drew like a bunch of lines to make it look like it's an action frame on a manga, because I don't know what the background is. It's just because the action was the tail whip, you know, the action of the tail whip, the sweeping motion of the tail. So everything else is like, I don't know what else to do. So I drew in black and white. That was the intent. Oftentimes the background helps frame the stuff. Yeah, the sweep. Yeah, so there's no background, right? And that's one of the like manga conventions when it comes to like action moves. So you can tell that it's less me, like it's something that's outside my comfort zone a lot of times. So I ended up learning that I do want to draw the background. Sometimes I draw the subject, like I sketch out like a posture for the subject, but in order to ground what the subject is, I've already had a picture of a background. Yeah. So right now I kind of go back and forth. I try to practice like, what if I let my subject influence my background? And then what if I take the background and influence my subject? So there are things like my new prompt, which I'm not going to draw today, is trunk. And I'll give you a teaser. The trunk is And just imagine it being dark. That's my sketch. that's what it's gonna end up gonna be like. It's my character in a trunk in a dungeon because it's a mimic. So a trunk. Not a tree trunk, but a trunk. So I try too hard for the sketch. Yeah, that's also something I learned later on too. For me personally, I learned to try to push away from it. So nowadays, here's like I do a different technique too, as well, just to experiment, like whatever feels like. Sometimes I do this thing where, like, if I need to draw a trunk, right? Like, I would do this. And then I would look at it. And I would turn this down. I would, it's using digital arts advantage. I would dim this. And then I would find the line that I want from the noise. And that's taking a technique that someone else does super well, where they use chaotic motion to create oriented poses or like oriented ideas. And then what happens if you can always choose to clean it up if you want, right? You can, and then you can always add line details afterwards to create things. But that's also another technique. When the thing is too complicated, what I do is I pick a direction and I move my pen towards that, in that general direction. And if I don't know the thickness, I will try to increase the thickness so that eventually, when my eyes fix on where the thickness is, I can draw the line through it. That's also another thing that I adapted from someone else. Like, there's this one guy who does it really well, and what they do is they basically just scribble and create the entire portrait by one scribbling. And I thought that's really useful if I want to see the thing. So I let myself encourage myself to see it. And I do that for fun too. You sometimes create fun poses for your character for fun, and you challenge yourself to make a background that works for the poses that you did. Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah. The ones that I really like, that I find, is if I render in a character, right? And the character, I just realized, oh, my character is wearing something, or a specific color, right? Like a red thing. I'm like, oh wait, let's go make like a rain scene and have like green light neon sign in the back because it'll contrast well with the red accents. And then, oh wait, then we can like glow up the trims on the person's outfit like a neon rod. So that's kind of like, sometimes that happens where like, oh yeah, the lighting, that's great because you can think of how the background can complement the character. And that's kind of another way. Over the 4 years, I only have a month to work on this stuff, so I try a lot of things. I bash my head in with a lot of things. And it's to get an idea, but usually I haven't really narrowed down my consistency, right? That's why I don't tell people I'm artist because I'm not. I don't do any of this stuff consistent enough to consider it a craft. But I do it long enough to see the fun in other people's work. So like, why is it fun to have a character with like this shape, right? Right? Why is it fun to draw a character this shape instead of trying to do like I don't, trust me, I don't know how anatomy works. So like you need all these little like parts. I don't know. so most of the time I learn the things that I have to do all the time, which is sketch discovery. So I included many different techniques to do the sketch orientation really quickly. And for background, it's like I can one background I remember doing was like I need a pillar. So like, okay, I need a river. I need some forests. I need a mountain range. Need some clouds. And I need a subject. And that would be my sketch for a character on a rock overlooking a large valley into the horizon with the light. And then that's where I would start. Then I would like just fill in everything. But that would be how quickly the sketch would happen. Right? And it is a mess. And it is fun because if people see my first sketch and then they see what ends up happening at the end, it would be really exciting. But then if they actually look at what I did, it's really janky. Like if you found out, like if someone found out, like for example, I drew a stick figure, but how do I make the stick figure a little bit more interesting? Now it's more interesting. But is there a reason I put lines on the left side, right side? It's questionable. And like, what else is more interesting, you know? Like, well, yeah, like Naruto. Yeah, exactly. So if you look really closely, whenever you see my subjects, at the end of the day, when I have like 30 minutes or something, right? I would go around and I would ask myself, okay, how do I feel? What is the direction? So, like, if you have a towel, right? You can draw it like it's going in the wind, but there's other things you can do. Like, okay, well, what can make this towel look interesting? Well, we can just add a few, like a few wave lines to convey that the towel is like rippling, right? But then you can also add chips to the towel, like the towel is ripped. And then you're like, what else can you do? Like you can add a patch, right? Now the towel will look a little bit more interesting. It's like, what else can you do? Oh, you can casually scribble a little to give it some texture, right? Obviously, this is really messy because of the way I'm only using one color, and there's no thickness. The drawing app the writing app that I have do not have thickness. So when I was scribbling, I was actually doing hard, heavy. So these lines are supposed to be like, they're supposed to have different weights to them. So at the very end of it, at the very end when I do things, I do it very quickly. Like I learned how to like draw a thin line into a hard line, how to like swipe and create a trail and all that. So that stuff is so much fun. You just kind of feel it out. It's like, oh, okay, well, let's just accent this whisker here. Let's, you know, if you're drawing a cute little guy, and that's why I like your cat, because it's like, oh, well, it could just be a plain kitty, but what if you added a swirl? You know? And then, oh yeah, you know, let's just add even more little fluffy things on the side. Right? And then heck, let's add a little tiny tuft of hair here that is white in between the eyes. You know? That kind of thing. Or like let's add a little swirl on the side for its cheeks. And then add a little face. But it all happens after. So the moment the sketch is done, right? The moment the sketch is done, I just sit there and I'm like, all right, what else can I do? Oh, you know what? A great idea. Instead of doing the shadowing, like you maybe make this part darker and then this part lighter. What if we just screen tone the right side, use a screen tone in a yellow color, and then use a larger screen tone in a darker color on the bottom instead of doing traditional shadowing? And it will look like a, you know, a sticker or something. And then, you know what? Let's just make this cat just randomly have an aura. Let's just add an aura to the cat. Or you can do like a make it a non-traditional lighting. Now it's a lion. Yeah. Oh, you know what? It needs accessories. We need to add an accessory. So let's put a little earring on the little kitty's ear. You know? Right? Like a clip. Like a little clip on the ears. That's what I feel people should see. I think when people are talking about doing art, they need to see that. I feel humans and people who think they're not creative and whatnot, more of that. Like, this sounds like very cliche, but to me, that's why Bob Ross was so great. Like, Bob Ross makes it feel like, oh, you know, yeah, and then we're just gonna add a few layers here, right? Let's just add a few layers. Just stack them. Make sure the bottom is a little bigger because we want foundations, right? Then we just want to, you know, add a very, very solid trunk. And you can also make the branches show up a little here and there. Just peeping out. You know, just peeping out here and there. And then, yeah, and then like in the branches, you want to add some underclings, right? Make it interesting, right? That kind of thing. I need different colors, but like you don't even need that. Like this is a tree already. Like you're wondering, hey, can you make a tree that is not the same as, right? Look at this. This is a tree. Your eyes fill in the void space. Or how's another bush? Like, oh, you want to make a cloud? You know, clouds could be like this. Like, okay. But let's be a little bit more fun. Let's have like slightly wispy ground. Then it comes up to a big thing. Go around here and comes back down. Like, well, then how does the cloud partition itself? Well, this part is going to be a little darker here. This part is going to be a little darker here. And this part is going to be a little darker here. And this part is really dark. And these parts are bright, so we're just gonna... Now you have a different interesting cloud. Like, and then you can imagine these little things being different colors. In fact, a different alternative for people to get really interested. I know I'm supposed to be doing art now instead of doing this. You could do like a cross-hatching. It's like, how do you make something appear darker? Add more lines. And then we have fewer lines here because this part is lighter. And then you just scribble even more. Like, let's make this part even darker. And then maybe a little this part. And you have clouds, right? Imagine Jennifer meets a red panda, like, to reference you. Yeah, that's basically the first thing I was gonna say when we were thinking about a collab was have... I don't know if you know about Silk Song, the video game, and then there's Claire Obscure this year. But when Silk Song was released, the Claire Obscure artists made a really cute artwork of the Silk Song, the character in Silk Song, and the Claire Obscure cast together. And that's really cute. I think artwork collaboration like that, crossovers, is a thing right now. It is so trendy to have crossovers. And I think sometimes what gets lost in fandom is that people think it's more of a cash grab situation, right? And I agree. Like, they're selling stuff, you know, like in gacha games and stuff. But at the same time, the artists get to do crossovers. And my thought is, man, it would be really fun to, like, oh, here's my take on Jennifer. And then we both do our own collabs. As in, but I don't do artwork enough. So I don't have like a consistent sheet, right? I don't have a consistency in order for someone to do that. But you do, or you will, right? At some point. So I can study Jennifer. And then I can make a ode to you. Like, I can use and capture your language. I can try to capture it and then add my little flair to it, right? Like, I'm not gonna beat around the bush. Jennifer's hair is going to be like anime-fied. Like, her hair is gonna be wisping in the wind on a mountaintop overlooking a valley. It's probably gonna happen. And then she's gonna stand right next to her mother, and both of their hair is just gonna be wisping really far, like unnaturally long. And they're gonna be really tiny, but you can see the silhouette of their hair and their iconic look. And they're gonna be overlooking a sunrise, caressing over, like, okay, hold on. So it's gonna be like, so you have the river, right? You have the river, and then you have a bunch of forests, right? And then you're gonna have a sun that's peeking out, lots of rays, and then a mountain that is slightly obscuring the sun, right? And then there's gonna be a cliffside overlooking it that's really huge. And they're gonna be very identifiably standing here. And their hair is gonna be like, woo! And then their clothing is gonna be like they're gonna wear a scarf or something, like, woo! And then it's gonna be majestic. That's my vision. Like, I like putting characters in silhouettes and having like really wispy, larger than life type of patterns, and then I would, you know, add a bunch of lines everywhere and all that. And the background will be in watercolor. I would use a watercolor background for this, and they will be built. They would be rendered with your color, trying to match your color techniques. So what happens is it would be a collab, as in like, I tend to do these things, but I want to also make sure to capture the things that make your art yours. And that is what my art has become. Like, what I mean is, my art is very inconsistent. Like, sometimes the background is in a different style, quote unquote, style and medium than my subject. And the way I do it is I bring it all together using frames. So most of the time I rely on my line art. So when, you know, it's super scratchy, but as long as I understand my line art, I can enclose it. So all that chaos. Yeah, we definitely have different styles for backgrounds. The backgrounds are like all over the place. Like, it's, and I hope to develop something for like indoor backgrounds and all that. And it will be interesting in the future to see how, like, where you're gonna go with your art. Anyways, that's a good share. I should be doing this while I'm doing artwork. Anytime is a good time to talk about artwork or forms of expression, in my opinion. I'll work in secret though. I'm not gonna tell you until you like finish your, you know, our deal. You know what our deal is. You gotta work on that pilot. Enough of exploring. More on that pilot. No pressure though. No pressure. No additional pressure. All right, so let's go over the stuff. Let's see if I even remember any of this stuff. We have I. T. Gang. Or. Heck. What's the bottom thing? Squire. Chang. Bang. And nah. Okay. Basically what you did for day 6 Pierce. Yeah, exactly. Only my background sucked. I didn't finish my background. Like, I tried to do something and it didn't work. I just left it like that. There was a time limit. Like, I try to keep things within, you can see that I wrote like hours. I'm trying to keep it within 3 hours because there would be no way I would fit more things. So that's my time limit. So I'm trying to keep myself timely. You can see like the first one, I had problems. Like you can de-rust very quickly, for sure. Like you don't lose, you know, it's like riding a bike, but at the same time, oh, it took a while to settle in. It took me like the first 2 prompts, like the first 3 prompts before I started selling back into like, oh, well, I can do these things and do that thing and whatnot. So and this year I decided to keep it a little consistent. So I've been working with like consistency to save some time. So now I can explore being more exact. So most of the stuff gets cleaner over time. The way things are done gets cleaner and cleaner over time. Before, in my old days, it was a new thing every single time. So it says like I use approximately 3 hours for all the other ones, but it's like 6 hours of brainstorming before before the 3 hours of rendering. So it's like all over the place. Everything is constantly all over the place, which is what made it really fun. This year is different. This year was the year I attempted to make it consistent. So trying to gather all the different ways I've learned and then package it in a consistent way. I haven't been this close to being able to create a character sheet, but I think after this year I could actually create a character sheet. Before all of this, I did logos and stuff like emotes, logos, like calligraphy, like stylization, that type of thing, where it takes like you use exact stuff like vectors and stuff. That's what I did before. For professional reasons, like for example, this stuff, you see this graph, this like pie chart, because science requires illustrations like that. So that's the most art that I've done since high school. High school is the last time I did freehand stuff. So outside of Inktober, most of it is logos and stuff. How to create balanced compositions and for informative reasons. So like UI design, for example, like this type of stuff, interfaces, materials, taking notes, editorials, how to present data. Those are the things that I've done most of my life. Where, how do you communicate? You took graphic design back in high school? Yeah, it's very much like graphic design. Like, there's over engineering, over clutter, right? So you have to design it for the purpose of informing people and like making things recognizably not messy or ornate. I feel drawing unchains that. It relieves the bounds, like the constraints of professional like rules and whatnot. So that's where that creative part comes in, right? Like graphic design has and it's great. I actually really enjoy it. Like designing things like that, making sure every pixel is counted, the spacing is proper. Like I counted pixels when I first started doing logos and stuff. Everything was measured. It was all vectored based on units. So like I rarely ever actually draw a line. I code a line to be this. So like it's a straight line because it's always going to be straight. An image is always going to be symmetrical because it is coded and vectored to be symmetrical. You know, you break out a ruler, a protractor, you have some grid paper. That was what I did. You had to make boxes. If you're gonna make a box representing like jeans, for example, this would be like a way to represent a coding frame, like coding frames. It would be very precise length boxes. Everything has to be proportional, right? Like if this distance equals 100 base pairs, which is a unit of measure, then it has to be proportional. You cannot like randomly feel like, oh, okay, well, this box is 100,000 base pairs and this box is 100. That's not proportional to each other. Right? So those type of things, I totally understand when someone says they want to draw. Like if I ask them, oh, you should try drawing sometime. It can be very comforting. And then the first thing they would tell me is, oh, they're not good enough to draw. And to me, that is a symptom of the internet. The internet uses data. It's objective. Most of the things, and what happens is they're thinking about drawing as non-messy, as in there's no naturality, like there's no humanistic part of it. Like if you want to draw an apple, right? The first thing you're thinking about is, oh, I'm gonna have to draw an apple with like this little part on the apple, and then we have to put like a sheen on the apple, and then what about the skin texture of the apple, right? And then the dimple, right? And then you can draw little guys sticking out of it and put a smile on the little guy. I'm kidding. But that's what I discovered when I started drawing instead of graphic designing. Like this took me 10 seconds. And if you give me another 5 minutes, this can become a very, very charming apple with a very charming worm or caterpillar or something sticking out of it. And then what I would do is I would probably convert it into a sticker by adding stitches around it, and then break the fourth wall and put it on a book cover, right? Or a box cover maybe. And then that box can go on something else. And that, in my opinion, is, oh no, I didn't mean to do that. That's fine. We'll go over it again. That, in my opinion, is how I want people to see what it's like to do art, not make art. That person that I was arguing with or having a disagreement, or like another person I was having a disagreement with, is they believe that they are making art, not doing art. That they said that like AI will replace them, and this conversation happens a lot, the whole thing about AI. Like, it doesn't replace the human experience. Like how you feel when you're going through the process, there's a story behind it. There's nothing like the last result, if you only focus on the result, then yes, it's gonna feel overwhelming. It's gonna feel you're not being creative enough because you're only measuring yourself based on the final product. How you got to it is like the journey, right? People talk about the journey. But I've encountered people who keep saying, yeah, it's about the journey. And then when I ask them to go on a journey, they say no, because the results tell them it's not worth the journey. The results is the destination. So whenever someone says, I'm not creative enough, they're talking about the results. Like, how do you know you're not creative enough? You didn't even go on a journey yet. Like, if you want me to go with you, let's go together. Actually, I've always wanted to do this social experiment. The opportunity hasn't presented itself yet, but there was a time when I bumped into someone who was younger than me. Like, we still know each other, we're good friends, and I offered him, said like, if you want to get a job, and this job allows me to get a job, and you're telling me that no matter what, you can't, it's just too much, I'll get the job with you, and let's stick it out for a year. And if you're okay, after a year, I'll leave and see where you go. That is kind of what it means to get someone to appreciate the journey, not the destination. Right? If someone says, well, I don't know where to start. Let's start with step 1. Grab a pen and start drawing circles. Tomorrow, I'll draw more circles with you. I'm going to get a little creative. Tomorrow, I'm going to start drawing triangles. And then you're wondering, where am I going with this? Well, I'm going to draw some lines now on that same thing. Okay? And then the next day, I'm going to draw even more lines. Same canvas. I'm going to draw some eyes. Oh, sorry, I gave it away. I'm going to draw some little dots. I'm going to draw some smiles. Let's add some hair. Let's add some shoes. And now we have a group of people. Specifically more like girls. A group of girls. And the person that I'm doing this art with, they probably drew over 60% of this. If not more. In fact, I would make it so that I only contribute one thing. Like just the one little dot. And then what they've realized is they can do most of the work. They can do this, right? And that's, in my opinion, a way to kind of like getting someone to ride a bike, right? How do you get someone to ride a bike when they say there's no way they can ride a bike? You join them on the journey, right? You can get a bike on your own and illustrate, or you can do it with them. So the idea is that, much like language learning, you got to bring the people along. Like, if I have time and opportunity to do that, and it's very feasible and accessible to them, I'm more likely to do it with them. Like, hey, you suck at drawing manga. I do too. You want to do it together? Right? And once you do the first thing, the second thing, it's probably going to be a little easier. The third thing, a little easier. Because you're used to now, again, learning what it's like to do something and learn through doing the things. But for now, the internet doesn't do that. The internet tells you everything. And I truly believe this is what people believe. Those people I'm talking to. They truly tell you everything. And everything meaning almost everything or enough, right? This is what everything has become. Enough. It tells you enough to determine whether something is worth doing or not. And the shocking thing about this is the worth doing part, it also applies to the things they love. Like, I can understand when you're thinking about worth doing in terms of money, right? And things you have to do. I totally understand that. And I'm not talking about those things. When people come on Twitch and they see someone doing something they love, like me, language learning and stuff, and they talk to me as though it's a must, like life and death. Like, you're going to hate yourself if you don't do this. You're going to hate yourself if you do that and this and that. That's what I'm talking about the internet telling you everything. The internet has told you how to dislike things because it saves you time from having to discover it yourself. Despite knowing it. Like, for me, if someone says this movie is bad, it's a bad movie. My first thought is, if I have enough time, right? If I have enough time, as in I have the time to, I can watch it and figure out if it's an F+ or not. But that desire stays. nowadays, something that is shown removes desire or curiosity. So it's to a really strong point that even the things they love or want to do, and that desire and passion can be snuffed by someone else's opinion. And, we're not talking about eating and dieting and sleeping, those things that you have to do. The stuff that, like, you like a game, right? You like a game, you want to play it, it gets bad reviews. And the very nature of that is good enough. Like, your first thought is like, oh yeah, if it's a bad game, then I should avoid it because it's going to be a bad game. There's no way it can never be good now. There's no chance you can make something out of it. There's no chance. And that is objective thought, which is great. Most of the time. I'm going to say most of the time. I'm going to try to concede. Most of the time, it's great. It works out, right? It saves you time. That's great. The things you love to do because you don't care about what other people think. And when you see this, it makes you angry. It makes you concerned about this stuff, and it takes away all the energy for your love of something. That the internet also does really well. Because when someone says your art is bad, you don't concern yourself about how it saps the passion from someone else. Because it doesn't matter. If this is, quote, the objective truth, you no longer have to concern yourself with someone's passion. And what's interesting about this is if you can't care about someone else's passion, eventually that other person doesn't care about your passion as well. And when it comes back around, when you have a bunch of people who don't care about each other's passion, then when you go on the internet, you will get that, in my opinion. You will look at the world as though it's passionless. So what is the most common question? Like, for example, one of the most common questions I get, like FAQ. Why are you doing this? And oftentimes I want to ask the person, why do you think I would be doing this? I've asked this question a bunch of times. Most of the time, they will tell me there are better ways to do this. That's why I asked. And my thought was, oh, okay. So that's the reality, right? When they ask why, they are talking about how to tell someone how to enjoy what they're doing. They didn't, this doesn't tell me that they answered my question. I asked them, why do you think I am doing this? And their response was, they know better because they are more informed on the internet. That's why they asked. Did that answer this question? It did not. This encapsulates how I feel when I talk to people. And it's not bad or good because I'm not hurting their feelings. I can't possibly hurt their feelings, actually, because they already determined that whatever they have in their head is the truth. So the best thing I can do is I can learn from them. Right? If they're going to tell me what's a better way to do it, I'll incorporate it. I can even talk about it. Like, hey guys, before you're going to ask me Have I used Anki before? I'll let you know how I'm gonna use Anki. So early on, the moment I started learning language learning, this word came up over and over again. It's more it's a word and a name and a pun actually as well. But this thing came up a lot. So I learned I'm going to use it. And I'm going to use it in a way that most people won't. And that's my answer to it. Like, you know what? I'm going to be a little bit more cheeky. Is I'm going to tell you that I can use this to do a lot of the things that Anki can do. But then Anki can do things this can't. So I'm going to use it for that reason. And it will be interesting. And this is like 2020. It's at the end of like 2026 to 2027. That's my response. Like, yes, I will understand the things you want, but I will also want you to understand that you can do more than look at the best and most objective way of doing something. Regardless of how efficient something is, if you're not passionate about it as a choice, how do you expect to spend the rest of your life doing it? I mean, hear me out. Imagine if people ate food for objective performance. There are people out there that do that, by the way. There are individuals who do this. Now the question is, are you one of them? Because I'm not. I'm in the 90% of people who don't hyper optimize eating food. So if you can do that with food, then yeah, I probably agree with you. You can probably do that with everything else. It's fine. For me, when I have deadlines and obligations, things I have to do, I'd be objective about it. But things I choose to do, nah. Objectivity can take a hike. Like, if I'm choosing things to do for my own benefit, like my own selfish needs and creativity, no matter what someone says, that's the combination. It's not all or none. Like, most people think, oh, that means you apply it to everything. Like, no, because if you do whatever you want with food, like to the all the way to the one end, like do whatever you want, you don't know what happens to your health, right? So it's often 1+1. Like, it's both the things. I think most people, though, because of the internet, they only think of one way, one specific way, and it's usually the best way. That's how they advise other people to be happy when they engage in their hobbies. So if you, the craziest, I don't think I would have been saying this anytime in the future, but here we are. When someone can have fun the wrong way, and I'm paraphrasing because when I read it, it comes in many forms. I think I can, if we read a video comment, right, on someone's passion project, there you can find at least 4 different ways on the top 10 comments of how to have fun or just because the wrong way. It's crazy how that has become a thing. Like, hey, you know what would be more fun? Do it my way. I'm like, okay. I mean, I'll try. I'll tell you if it's more fun. It's like, no. You have to remember, like, I'm telling you, like, I'm being kind. I'm offering you the truth of how to maximize your fun. Like, that's interesting. We just met. Hi, how are you? I'm having a lot of fun now. May I ask you, do you know what makes this fun for me? Like, it doesn't matter. I just know the best way to have fun. And I'm like, yeah, but you don't know anything about me. And oftentimes when people said something like, oh, you don't have to do this because you're wasting time. Because it doesn't work. It didn't work for me, so it can't work for you. And then they say, isn't this like unfun? Like, isn't this the worst part of the language? Like, you don't like this, right? Because I know how to do this. Like, well, you didn't ask me yet. You didn't ask me. May I ask what you think is unfun about learning characters? And they would describe everything that I enjoy. So, how do you know I would have less fun when you just described and hated on everything that I find entertaining? I don't understand. I've summarized the like 7 years. You like everything. I wish I could like everything. Like what I mean is, Danny, like that's what I try to do. I try to be someone who likes everything, because the world, like life would be so much happier if I could discover how to like everything. Every day though, I do try to like everything I do. And that's a promise I made myself every single day. I make the promise that I will continue to try to find satisfaction and meaning in everything I do. Because whether I fail or not, I'm still trying to do it. And that's positive thinking. That's enabling. Trying to find how to sap and waste your energy with everything that you hate and prevent you from doing. I think other people choose to do that a lot more than so when someone is typing up that vigorous spending 3 hours trying to cancel me for saying please go and try and enjoy your life in a very reductive way, that's disappointing that they would use those 3 hours to try to cancel someone who wished them well. Now hear me out. I could do better though. I could go and ask that person why they want to cancel me. Because then the 3 hours they spend becomes less of a waste of time for either of us or either of us. Because if I can get that person to explain everything they hate about me and tries to cancel me, I can learn something from it and they can be heard. To the person they're writing to, you know, like they could express it directly towards me, right? And then we can talk about it. So then it would feel less of a waste of time than simply ignoring them. Some people don't do that. They don't have time for that, right? I still have time for that. So at least I can do something about it. Like if you're having a really bad day, tell me about your really bad day. And then it will stop the person from feeling guilty, in my opinion, about not being able to ever express their bad day to anyone. Well, at least I can do it. I can talk about it and I can argue back, and then it might be a little bit more stressful. But the thing is that then if that person really do feel that way, they'll defend it. They'll try to put more effort into making meaning out of their frustration. So there are individuals who hate a lot of things now. What they do is they latch on to the first thing they love. And they can never imagine a life outside of that. That's what the internet does, in algo, right? When you find your first thing that you love, the algo will attach to it like the stickiest thing ever, and then there's never a chance outside of that. So whenever someone says, hey, have you tried this? And it's like, no, I hate it. It's not like this, right? So I asked them, can you describe it to me? And then find out if that thing that you're going to try matches up to the thing you describe. If it does, you win. You've learned something. You've made your hate make you try something to make sure that you are correct. about yourself. And what happens is then that means in the future, they're like, oh man, I really hate this too. But I want to know if I'm right. And you might be thinking, oh, but they could just convince themselves they'll hate it every single time. It's like, yeah, but they're still trying something. The idea is there's a chance. There's always going to be a chance. If you don't ever do anything, there's not a chance. You can live in your bubble forever, right? And I think the algo does that very well. If you say, like, for example, you're going to start an art career, and you say, am I good enough to do art? Right? Or what if I think my art is bad? The algo is going to convince you you're not good enough. You might be thinking, nah, I'm strong enough with a good enough identity that if I search about all the things, all the problems of becoming an artist, the algo is really strong at pulling any possible things to tell you that there's problems. So eventually, the algo enables you to find as many things possible to convince you that it's got an overwhelming problem. And that's kind of one of the things about passion, right? Passion is irrational. When you're doing something out of desire and you're free to do so, you want to kind of embrace your irrationality. You pursue something for the love of it, right? Again, not a business move. We're not talking about businesses and like making money and stuff. We're talking about passion, right? And some people are going to hate it. The thumbnail is kind of overwhelming to many stuff. What thumbnail? Oh, you're talking about like the live stream thumbnail? That's fine. It should be overwhelming with too many stuff if that's what you're talking about. That's exactly what I was going for. all right. I gotta. We'll wrap up this all this stuff and then try to find and liberate some time for some Inktober things. All right, let's go over this. Well, let's start down here and then go back up here. I'm drawing a blank. Okay. Ying. Ying Mo. MAKU. I can't read you. You're very tiny. I think that's Wei. Wei Bo. Oh, Wei Bo Lu. Mian Hua. Mian Hua. Oh, this is Mo Shui. 公什么？哦，no，公墓，公墓。磨合，报捷，墓地，繁殖，植wait yeah，植模，植模，哦，植模。那喂，折磨，right？ Yeah，折磨。榜样 ，yes，榜样。下什么？下跌。Okay, and then let's go over these stuff again. We have I T Gang Gang Or Rep 长当 and na. Okay, and then all right. So we got Master Chief, Master Chef, staggering to the yard, the front of the high school, right? Suffering from a dart, dart to the elbow, and he can't seem to get it out, pull it out with his fingers, right? That's the high school kids look in hopelessness. Then we have Kirby, who's it's actually T. I think it's T actually, not T. Oh no, it is T or T. Ooh, so I need to modify this a little bit. The way I'm imagining it. Okay, so Kirby is coming home, right? He's coming home outside of his house, and he suddenly gets ambushed. Ambushed by a person who basically dumped a clothes hamper on him and served him a bill. It kind of feels like something harmless from Kirby, actually. The person basically deceived Kirby for paying for something that he didn't purchase, right? And it sounds like Charlie Brown too, though. All right, so then we have Gandalf, who's in the basement of the chapel, and this chapel hired him to work a miracle, basically. So what he did was he took some snake skin and like laid it down on the ground and sprayed some holy water from the chapel and cast an incantation that and some seaweed. How did the seaweed work? And maybe like place some seaweed down. Oh, this is not a good mnemonic. And place some seaweed down and cast an incantation that turned it into an underground underwater, like a basement port. Gosh. Although I can imagine it though. I can imagine like a ghost ship port, like in Return of the Kings or something like that. Anyways, that one's not too great, but it's in Shangang, so it's fine. Shangang. All right, we have what do we have here? We have Patrick, who's going to work, who's outside the office building. Yeah, I know, right? And Patrick Star, right, is going to work. He's approaching the office building, and for whatever reason, you know, it's an average SpongeBob day, right? In the world of SpongeBob day, he randomly came upon a mound of dirt that is covered with skin. Or maybe it's skinned and it's like sloping. So what does Patrick do? Patrick decides to go up on the slope and start sliding down and cut work, because that's more fascinating. Starting to sound like Bob Ross in a lot of these things, huh? Only we're talking about characters. Alright, so now we have Casper. So Casper is inside the chapel, where he's trying to be a friendly ghost despite being in a chapel. And he's hanging out with his squire friend. Oh my gosh, squire is so huge. How does squire work? Waitress. It's like waitress. We got to start the halberd, but then there's a serf. And then cleaning up with a halberd. Okay, a squire. So Casper is hanging out with a squire friend in the chapel, and they're basically trying to pick up all the flowers that are in the ground. The squire accidentally knocked over, or Casper is the squire, accidentally knocked over all the holy flowers, and then the flowers are all scattered. So they're quickly trying to collect all of them to hide the mess, right? But then the priest showed up, and then the squire decided to store Casper also in the chest, because, you know, priest and Casper's a ghost. That's store. And then now we have Bart Simpson, who's outside of the chapel. He's trying to get close to Slender Man and a sea captain. Because they're gonna set off, they're planning to set off a prank. Well, a stink bomb close to the chapel. And then we have Ned Flanders. Ned Flanders is in the bathroom of the auditorium. And he is trying to take a break from a religious play that he's attending. This one is really weak. While he's in the bathroom taking a break, suddenly someone with a silk hood decided, here you go. Here's a wedge of something. We're gonna say cheese. Here's a wedge of cheese. And Ned is so Ned receives that wedge of cheese. And by golly dilly do, it's a good day after all. I don't know. I think the Ned one in the store and receive is really weak. But anyways, we'll make it work. All right, now we got to go over the 5 things that stumped me today. G for skill. G was heck. Right, D, which is skill. Way, specifically act, but it was the component act. So way, way is kind of interesting looking. I actually think it's probably. I don't know. Actually, I have no idea what the stroke order is for way. Let's take a closer look at act. Okay. I think probably the most natural way, lack of a better word, the most natural way I can think of to write it would be that might not be it. But that's fine. We'll use it for now. So way is act. No, it might be whoops. Oh, I accidentally. It might actually be you do this first. That doesn't seem right either. It's I don't know where to place the drop. Oh no, there is a stroke across. Yeah. So it's probably across first. So let's try this again. It's probably doing this first, then this, and then the dot, or the dot first. It's kind of tough to know. Okay. Act. Then we have D for era. Wait, is this era? Oh no. Wait, I think this is era. Oh no. Oh, it is. This is era. Oh. What was G? Branch. Yes, branch. This is also G, which is for skill. It's kind of disappointing. I think this is the most disappointing of the day. Because I actually the Japanese also covered this again too. Anyways, Su is pretty bad. It's new. We'll give it a couple more days to stoop. It was like grain stock and silk. Su, which is vegetarian. And then one more. Shoot. Oh my word. Okay, we changed that up though. We changed that up. What was it? A Shrek using a caliper in the bathroom of the electricity plant, trying to fix and measure out the wires, right? And then his body accidentally touched one of the shorts, and a shooting pain went through his body. So it's oh wait, how do you even write? I don't remember how you write the... Oh, it's this way. Not shu, sh, not shu, sh, or shoot. And that's it. We had 2 digressions today, and it's been 11 hours, so hopefully we come back stronger tomorrow. If not, I am more than welcome to give up my Inktober streak, right? This is kind of like the whole Duolingo discussion. Give up my streak because we're having too much fun talking and keeping each other motivated. I'll be back. I have to eat, so in 30 minutes, you know, I'll eat, do my little routines at the end, and find time to watch the documentary. I'm gonna still try to squeeze in the documentary. And then in less than 8 hours, we're gonna be back and we're gonna be doing this and hopefully drawing some components. You posted a quick sketch? Oh, hold up. Aww, that's cute. Oh, you have an early alpha theme song too. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's cute. That's kind of also captures like that is very, very Jennifer. She looks so mixed. I feel like, you know what, there if you add a very tiny like campfire that went out like right next to it, where she's looking down and it's like a tiny campfire, and then the smoke just trails off and has like it's out, the fire's just out. Oh, that's a cute sketch. That's a really cute sketch. But you hear me out. Okay, but we can develop this further, right? There's a little campfire that's going out, but then a little bit off the screen, her mother is walking and she's smiling, and she came with food, like she's holding food and like some matches or something. And then on the left side, it could be like her friend Heather. Heather could be approaching the other direction. Maybe she's carrying the wood, so she's carrying little things like dancing around, and then the mother would be coming by with like holding up supplies and stuff. But while like Jennifer is miserable, right, like kind of sad or contemplative and things, she has loving people that are coming. At least that's what I'm imagining what Heather and the mom role is going to be, where they're the ones that are trying to like do their best to comfort Jennifer. So then you can tell a whole story, and that's kind of cute. It would be like a camping episode where, oh man, that would be so wholesome. So like while Jennifer constantly is trying to adjust and feel like a little disappointed in being in places a little worked up and stuff, she still have loving individuals around her, right? So then it has a nice little contrast. Yeah, it has a little nice contrast between her somewhat miserable disposition while being outdoors, but you have the ensemble of feelings. So now you can kind of get people to think about, like, oh, you know what? Is this a sad situation or is it a happy situation? Is it a bittersweet? Oh man. Sorry. Okay. We're done. I know it's not on screen, but it's a really interesting image that there, and it can go so many places. And I look forward to seeing if there's a camp episode in your show, right, Danny? Which, by the way, I know this is a pure coincidence, but I have a best friend who actually goes by Danny, but she's Danny with an I. It's short for Danielle, but I'm very used to saying the word Danny because I had many Dans and Dannys in my life. So I don't know if you prefer to be like maybe a different name or something. I'm just calling you by your Danny. Your name is Daniel and you use Danny as a handle. I see. Yeah. It's like to go as Danny. Yeah, you like to go as Danny. Yeah, that's what Danielle does too. And Danielle is the, the female, like it's the pair, Danielle, right? It's kind of like Alexander and Alexandria situation, right? I could always call you Gonzalez if you want. Gonzalez is a great name too. Just a little bit. I'll give you like a little bit of like Spanish thing. When I was in Spanish class, I got to choose my Spanish name, right? In Spanish class, a lot of times in the United States, you have to choose a name, right? So I can tell you what my name was. And of all the things that I thought was a great idea, the name that I chose had a rolling R in it. And it was Ramon. Ramon was the first idea. I was like, oh yeah, that's cool. You just go with it. So the first thing I had to do in Spanish class when I was like in ninth grade was to learn how to roll my R's. Oh wait, I think it was 10th grade. I needed to learn how to roll my R's because you can't say Ramon without Ra, right? Later you find out that, well, in the Northeast, some speakers don't roll their R's anymore. Like Don Ramon. And I'm like, whatever. And that's actually the reason why I could roll my R's at like even when I was a teenager. So after a while, when I started learning Spanish again or trying to pick it up and like speak it, I still can do the Ra. Because after a while it's like riding a bike again, you just go ra ra. But it's also kind of fading as well in the Northeast, apparently, because I don't hear it as much as I think I do. Like I hear where there are words that have rolling R's in them, but I think they're fading a bit because of the transition between English speaking and Spanish speaking back and forth. So that was my share when it comes to names. I've gone by many names. MAKU is the one that I've used for probably the longest. It's actually longer. It's the family name or surname Makunochi. Makunochi, or actually it might be Makunochi. However you say it, it's a really long name, so it got simplified to Maku. And actually most people, you like Maku? And most people actually, like the American peeps, they call me Mac. Just like Mac. Like a Mack truck. Or McDonald's. Or mac and cheese. It actually came from mac and cheese because I started calling everyone else food items. I don't know if you do this, but in a lot of cultures, especially for me, Chinese culture, you start calling people food items. I think Spanish has a predilection for that too. When you call people pet names, their pet names end up representing like food items. So, like, I started calling people that, so then I somehow inherited mac and cheese because food item, right? Or like, uh, oh, what's a coffee? Uh, like a bonbon, like candy stuff. Um, a bao, which is a bun. Or bao bao, right? Things like that happen quite often. Or I call someone a potato. Not in the same way anymore. Like potato means something different. Like you could call a PC a potato, right? Which is like something very archaic. But potatoes and food items have taken a different turn. And don't be surprised. I hope it wouldn't be like too jarring if one day I just started calling you a don don. You know, or something like that. It can happen every once in a while. Like I go back and forth, but usually, eventually, like names and stuff ends up evolving into some sort of quality. But for now, Danny, I just wanted to tell you or share a little bit story where the handle or the name that you're going by also carries other additional weight. And I can tell you one thing. That Danny that I know, oh, she would be delighted. I think she would love to watch your show. Yeah, it'll be your professional name? Okay. So, I wanted to make sure because obviously we're talking about the future and professional names are a thing. I don't have a middle name. Like my actual name, I don't have a middle name. So, for all intents and purposes, I pretty much place that in my middle name most of the time. It's actually not that much different from my first name and my last name. So I've become really accustomed to it. Actually, it's a running gag it's a running gag that I do all the time. My middle name is interchangeable because I don't have a middle name. Usually, a lot of times, it's very customary to have meaning attached to those three names, but my name is hybrid. So, like, I have an English name as my first name. My given name is an English name. I don't have a Chinese name. My family name is obviously Chinese, and my middle name is completely absent. So, it's a name I pretty much give myself. And that's kind of a way, in my opinion, to tell the story of what I am, right? I like the idea that I know things can be lost in it. I mean, I could make up a given name, I suppose, select some characters that sound like my name, but it's kind of neat. I love when people combine and tell stories about the name they chose, and as well as the name they are given. I can tell you, to this day, my parents aren't quite sure why they chose my name. I should ask them again. I make up stories on how they make my name. Here's like a quick story. The quick story is whenever it says, "Oh yeah, like, do you have a Chinese name?" Like, no. My parents thought when they immigrated to the United States that it would be a great idea. It's like, oh yeah, they gotta blend in. You gotta have an American name and an English name. And the problem is when they came, they didn't want to learn English, so they don't really know a lot of English names. So the thing they did was they were like, okay, you know what? We have a son, so let's just name whoever the son's doctor is, like the first name they can think of, and then they wrote that down. And oftentimes, if I don't set anyone up, they're like, oh, well, that's an interesting story. It's like, that is a complete lie, because I have no idea. I'm not even sure if my parents remember. I should really ask them, but it sounds like a very plausible story. However, I don't know. It's a very common name, and it'll come up sometime. But I do prefer to use my handle most of the time. It really does sound possible, right? Because they were immigrants. They had limited English. Both me and my sister have English names. My English name does not have a Chinese counterpart. So my sister does. And I'm not sure if that's a coincidence. Oh, the reason why I usually share my name, which I'll save a story for next time. The reason why I share my first name, my English name, is there's this thing. My parents decided in their infinite wisdom, if they did choose my sister and my name, they chose two names they have trouble pronouncing. Because the sounds they are involved in English are not the sounds that are in Chinese. We'll have to think about that for a moment. Imagine deciding that. So my thought was that story is very possible now, because if they thought about an English name, in what universe did they decide to pick two names that they have trouble pronouncing the English version of those names? I'll let whoever hear this, and you, Danny, to figure out what type of name could it be. They're very short. They're very short names, but the syllables are terrible. They are very terrible for a Chinese speaker. And instead, the names get pronounced differently. So I'm not sure if your mother does that with your name or not, but it's fun, because then it's a little confusing. Like, do you answer to this name? Oh, so I answer to most of the names. If you want to pronounce my name differently because you think it's supposed to sound different, I respond to it, because all the names are roughly an approximation. So more for the future, right? So my relationship with names is very fluid, and I would love to hear the story behind someone else's name, and also tell them that someday I hope you are comfortable that I might get a little creative with referring to you, because that's, in my opinion, a form of endearment. It's my way of expressing, like, okay, well, if someone's gonna call you this, I'm gonna call you something different, because you know what? There's gotta we gotta make more stories between us. All right. Until then, it was a pleasure. Hopefully, I didn't distract you too much from your work, right, Danny? By the way, I don't know if you know what dandan is. I just learned this in Japanese. This specific one, dandan, like with a strong dan, it means step by step, or gradual progress. That's why I gravitated toward dandan. So take it for a interesting nickname. Step by step, a little at a time, right? That's to highlight what we talked about today, about hard work, trying to do the best with what you have, constantly be greedy, like in a different way, for yourself. Step by step, make your life better, right? Continuously, if your life sucks, make it suck less. It's still better. So dandan would be a really fantastic story behind a name choice. And yeah, that's where I want to leave it. Sometimes names, especially in other cultures, names carry quite a lot of character, for lack of a better word. And I think learning Japanese and Chinese kind of gave me a lot to work. Yeah. All right, guys. So until then, that's the end of HanziHero session today. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero. Try it out for yourself. Let me know what you think. Feel free to hop in, as I always say. Regardless of what my schedule is like, I make time for conversation. You're more than welcome to yap along, converse. And yes, I do try to stay on time to some extent, but it's never a way to, as a sacrifice or compromise for having conversation and keeping each other motivated. That's far more valuable than an extra day of work or something. People are worth more than the diminished return you get from putting in more time, right? So there you go. And until next time, 大家下次见, right? I'll see you guys next time. 感谢观看. Thanks for watching. Catch you guys on the next one in less than 10 hours. Bye bye.